So, good day, ladies and gentlemen. We today have to try out new S tier builds because we got all the season 11 information on everything that's happening, the nerfs, the buffs, the all the things. And I am personally excited for the Necromancer a lot. So, what I would like to do is I would like to make a Golem Necromancer because that one is being buffed tremendously with a new unique, which means we got to try that one out, and we got to try out a Frozen Orb Sorg and level some Barbarian later. Come to your voice, it's already back to normal, Chippy, more or less. Thank you for the 25 months of support, by the way. Make good to see you there too, Chippy, howdy. So step one today is we are making a Necro. And it will hopefully turn out plenty strong. For this, we will need, there we go. I need a litless wall. A normal litless wall. Okay, that's going to be quite intriguing. So we need a normal litless wall. We need, Hell Gluttony aspect. We'll need probably the pans. What are they called again? Bloodless Scream. No, Blood Moon. Blood Moon Breaches is from Duriel and Andariel. I would say we're gonna farm some Duriel and Dariel first. Where is my Hearts of Agony? They are not here. No Hearts of Agony for Mr. Ponyhoff-chan. We're probably on my Sorgs. We're going to have to swap around with a lot of characters. Swordsman, I'm fantastic. Thanks for asking. Even though I'm a bit worried about the sanity of the internet, because the first reaction in a lot of comments has been, please turn off the voice filter. And I'm like, what the fuck? Right? Can a man not be a little bit hoarse without people, I don't know, thinking weird things? We need Nagu. We need this. We need Vex. We need cooldown reduction rune. You can grab that later. We need hearts and we need these for now. We're doing tonight, very good, Saurus. We are trying out a Golem Necromancer today. A Golem Necro, because it's going to be the strongest Necro in the PTR, in Season 11. And the PTR is only, like, how many days out? It's 3 days and we get the PTR. No, 4 days. 3 days? It's on the 21st. Wait, is it Monday? Today is the 18th. No, it's Tuesday. It's Pony confusion. We got Saturday. Yeah. Wow, Pony. that was like 3 days, and I was like, if today is day 1, and then in 3 days it's Monday, I'm like, yeah, sure, brain. That totally made sense, Chan. Like, obviously, I don't see why you're struggling with understanding that. Yeah, 3 blood golems going to be fired. Exactly, Sarth. But I think we can simulate it already. So that's my plan. We know that the PTR is coming. So we got to already prepare some builds and some build planners. And that's where I'm going to go with a Necro here right now to see what is possible. What can we try out in the PTR? I mean, we will obviously be leveling. So this is the #1 thing. We first have to try out the leveling on the PTR because the whole leveling in Diablo is about to change forever. And we have to really try it out, right? To see if it is turning awful or not. I mean, we'll definitely have to play the Litless Wall because the Litless Wall is this 100% damage multiplier. So that's going to be nifty. And then you have like 3 tiny golems running around with Litless Wall around them. That could actually be interesting. This isn't PTR already. No, PTR is on Tuesday. We are testing things PTR style, so I will deactivate my chaotic perks. because we are actually not getting anything new. And then I'll just play as if, right? We are in the PTR. We need to get the Bloodman Breaches, but with a 50%. This is actually set. Look at this. It's a 28%. So let's try to get a better one of those and then swap over. A lot of stuff has changed. I do believe that a lot of the changes with Season 11 are preparing for the expansion. That's the best way how I can look at it. So the expansion is significantly reworking the game again in certain ways, and it's going to push it in a certain direction. And I do believe that Season 11 is like the interlude to that. So we're pretty much starting with Season 11 to get like some of the changes in that Season 12 or the new PTR, come on, brain, say it. The new expansion is not going to be too much like what the fuck to everyone. That's my assumption, kind of. Now, obviously, this is all guesswork and we'll have to see, but the changes might play better than they read. Even though I don't mind a more meaningful Diablo. So a lot of people only read the things get slowed down, right? But for me, I'm looking forward to the more meaningful pace of the game. And that might actually be interesting. That's 40%. That is 40% with 2 Golem Mastery. I mean, if I get these pants, I want them to be 2-2-2 at least, right? Ah, shit. We have to roll a Golem Mastery chest today. Oh, no. Oh, no. You know what I wonder? If we have our Golem ability and we have 3 mini Golems, command your Golem to go target area. Can I use it 3 times in a row? You know what I mean? So if I have 3 mini Golems, can I do click, 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 and all 3 are kind of flying out of this? Is this a thing, or is this not how it's going to work? When is the new expansion? A new expansion is slated for Season 12 or 13. We sadly do not have an exact date. So it's the one or the other. I gave away a perfect 4J Bloodman Breaches. Hey, we're going to test some things. So let's find at least a GA one would be good. But I want one that has 2-2-2 and let's say 40%. We'll farm some more later with the Golem itself. Oops, I stood a bit too close to the sun. My apologies. The most controversial change I feel like with the PTR currently is that Sorceress is losing her teleport cooldown. But I'll be honest with you. As much as that hurts Sorg, as a Necro, I can't change to be happy. Right, because the Necro has 0 movement speed abilities, right? So if Sorg is not able to permanent teleport anymore around, yeah, thank you. Right? That's just like, maybe that's fair because no one else can teleport that much. Clip, thank you for the message. I fixed it. Okay, we got 2-2 and 38. Wow, they're all horrible. I'm just trying to get 2 more bosses. We're gonna fill the inventory, and then we're actually gonna have to reskill this character. I do have my Golem build from quite a while ago. I'm gonna cross-reference with 2-3 other Golem builds, so we're gonna see if we can put together like a good one right now. Because the question is, how good can we make it, right? Oh, and how good can we make it under the new system? That's interesting because you cannot master work up the... That's intriguing. You know how we master work up all the cooldown reduction currently? That's not happening anymore. That's actually really interesting. Wow. Like, right? You would put on cooldown reduction with a cooldown reduction temper, but you cannot masterwork this. Are you losing your voice? No, my voice is already back. This is like the final day of sounding slightly off, and then tomorrow is completely normal again. And no double tempers, yeah. That's crazy. So no more double tempers, no more boosting of the But one thing I asked myself is, Chan, so with the new tempering and masterworking system, can we get a greater affix on the temper? Because the way how the new system sounds, we should be able to get a greater affix on the temper. Technically. Who drops the littlest wall? Was it Lord Zur, right? Yeah. Yeah, you can only apply greater affix to the cooldown reduction. Exactly, with the new system, right, Clipkit? I'm not crazy. It sounded exactly like that the greater affix that you get from the masterworking in the future system can also be applied to the tempered value. Already looking at season 11, Michi. Michi, we are reworking a lot of builds today to fit season 11 to see how viable they could be. Obviously, it's just like a bit of playing around, but I love the idea of a Golem Necro, so we're going to test that. I also want to see how strong is actually Fractured Winterglass and Frozen Orb currently. Since the game is like, there are drastic changes coming to power level of the characters. However, we're also going to be more tanky than ever, technically. So a lot of intriguing stuff is happening. Technically, we should turn out to be weaker, though. Lord Zur, we're trying to get a Littlest Wall with a greater affix. Get robbed. Didn't even get a single Littlest Wall, huh? Bunch of useless boots. You know what? Chan's casting a skill, trigger a non-mobility, non-ultimate skill that's currently on cooldown. Technically, Yen's Blessing is good for the Golem, if the Golem would be our only cooldown, right? The only thing that annoys me about Yen's Blessing is it's every 8 seconds. If it would be like every 4 seconds, every 3 seconds or something like that, I think it would be worth it. So the idea is that we would do a Golem Necro. Let me save my current minion Necro. Override. We're going to put away all my items. Let's actually clear out like parts of my box here. Locrins, Godslayer, Maleficent. I'm not going to play with these items anymore, so might as well just destroy them for the time being. And with the PTR coming, usually the existing season is over for me, right? So we're going to enjoy the PTR. Let's get Naked. This goes away. I wonder if you play golems without anything, or if we're going to play golems with something. So we're gonna still go for the Reeb. You're gonna get the Blight. We need the Hued Flesh. Yes. We need Grim Harvest with Fueled by Death. The Necrotic Fortitude and Titan's Fall. Probably going to play Bone Prison, right? Cooldown reduction mandatory. Lucky hit chance boost. This one here, Carapace, Penalty, Golem Mastery, Memento Mori, and Standalone, plus the Golem. And we need the Bone Storm. But which key passive? Huh. That's a big question. Okay, so we're playing golems, right? We're getting the We're getting the you raise 3 golems that deal normal damage and gain attack speed. And the golems have a chance to hit twice. You're gonna actually play the Kellen's Edict, right? Kellen's Edict was 40% attack speed and 40% damage. I remember, sorry. They changed Kellen's Edict, so in case you missed that too, let me show you. Kellen's here Edict is now your minions have 40% attack speed and increased damage. So that's a safe call, right? For the golems to just be faster. We like Rathmas Vigor useless, Ossified Essence useless because it's only bone skills. We could play Affliction to kind of mimic this. Affliction is currently 45% increased damage, so it's a little bit Kellen's Edict without the 40% movement speed, attack speed. Reaper's Pursuit probably. Yeah. The golems are dealing. We still play the Blood Golem, right? Warriors are being sacrificed for... Sadly, the shadow damage of warriors is useless for the golem, right? So we would probably go for... This is interesting. So this sacrifice has become better because you can over-resistance now. Chat. Think about it. You can over-resistance to get super tanky. Mac, thank you for the 112 months of subscriptions. Max, so good to see you there, brother. Hope you're doing well. Probably going to choose to go for crit, though. Okay, crit and overpower. No, actually, overpower is useless. Damage to vulnerable. Because we cannot guarantee the overpower. Yeah. That's kind of it. We're not playing mages. We are not playing warriors. The issue is we're going to lack cooldown reduction, so we probably have to play Corpse Explosion, but that would be shit. So how do we get cooldown reduction meaningful? You could technically do a Bone Spirit for cooldown reduction spam. I'm just thinking about like how do we get the cooldown reduction down? Thing is, you should probably play Soul Rift. Problem is, you need the bonus crit damage from the Bone Storms, right? Huh. This is a tough one. Because this 100% bonus critical strike damage, which is insane. Okay, we'll try it out with the current given skill points, and then we'll have to reallocate, maybe go for this. Man, we're definitely going to be playing Cursed Aura. So we need the Golem. You need the Blight. We need the Bone Prison. And the Corpse Tendrils. And the Bone Storm. This gives us the opportunity to play one more skill. Which could be Blood Mist, but we're unstoppable. Which could be Sever for teleporting. But it could also be Bone Spirit or anything for cooldown reduction. Which build are you doing, sir? We are attempting to do a golem build because season 11 is going to have golems buffed tremendously. Reap forms a corp. If Decrepify, we use Decrepify Aura. There's no world in which I am not going to use Decrepify Aura. So Cursed Aura is a must. because I'm not going to curse my enemies, right? That happens automatic or bust. The biggest thing for damage is going to be the Golem Mastery, probably. That's just what's going to boost us like absolutely nuts. Put Eliminator in here for now. So we got Hulking Monstrosity. And Hulking Monstrosity says, and that's the interesting part, your golem deals 40% increased maximum life and damage. Skeletal, Mage, and Warrior Sacrifice bonuses grant additional 60% golem damage. So that's actually nuts in terms of the bonus damage that you're getting. Ryan? Last time I put Corporal in here. I don't have Corporal yet upgraded, which is a problem. We probably have to level up Amplify in the long run. Oh, we get Amplify, good. So this gives us a lot of golem damage. Okay. And more damage and total armor. That leads us into the cult leaderboard. Actually, let me deactivate this and then flip it around. The Sorcerer Teleport nerf is dumb. On the one hand, I want to agree. On the other hand, the Sorcerer's Teleport has always irked me, as she's the only character that really has this level of mobility, and no other character has this level of mobility, which kind of makes her very uniquely overpowered in comparison, because I like with a Necro, I can never even remotely come close to that level of movement, right? No matter what I do. As a Druid, I can't do it. Like, and the thing is that the other classes don't have anything special that elevates them as much as the Sorc. So any movement speed based content is already dominated by Sorc. Right? And it just comes down to reduce your movement speed as hard as possible and you're good to go. If you're like, and that's like such a single-minded gameplay, you know? The Fireball Sorc is great. I know. I love it too, my friend. Absolutely adoration. Okay, we might have a problem here because I gotta go over dexterity to get this board popping. And that's just so hella weird. Right? Even have to make my way up to that node. That's so hella weird. Will Season 11 powers have anything that can help with cooldown, or will only be farming related? Only farming related. Season 11 powers are wholly just to make your farm better. Which on the one hand is something novel, as they're not going to make us more powerful. However, at the same time as it is novel, it's kind of boring, because instead of being build defining, the powers are literally just making your farm better. And I personally find that rather boring, as I prefer the actual golem, as I prefer the powers rather making us actually stronger, right? And giving us new builds. That's at least my personal feels there. Just use the Ya rune for the open world. It's not really a solution. Also, it shouldn't be needed to move fast to do something like that, right? Okay, we get a lot of bonus damage. That's good. It's a hefty cup. It's as big as my head. Okay, now the bag of tea slapped on my face. I'm not sure. That's disgusting. Chat, this is my last day of sounding weird. No worries. Okay, we need Golem Mastery. Thank you very much. And we need Golem Mastery again. Perfect. 3 ranks in Golem Mastery. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Is gonna put us at 250% bonus damage. I wonder how much damage we can really get out of this Golem. So we get a problem, okay? We have the triple Golem aspect, the new one, right? How do we simulate this, Chan? We need to use a normal aspect that at least gives us something, right? So I need a... sword or something, a dagger, anything, to be honest, to maximum life. We got... maximum life, critical strike damage. Yeah, I can work with that. And we temper... Golem hit twice. Wow, that's such a low... wow. Golem hit twice is only at 20%. That's crazy on this one being 50. With a greater affix, it's going to be at 75 or something like that, right? Yeah. That's nuts. Why are you using Rathmus Vigor instead of Kellen's Edict? Well, Royal Denmark, think about it. It's explained in the video, by the way. Kellen's Edict gives you 7 times 3% more damage, which is 21% more damage. While Rathmus Vigor gives you 100% more damage. So what's better? Are you saying you teabagged yourself, Gandrek? I teabagged myself. And I'm not digging it. Okay, and we need Golem damage here. Actually, you know what? No, I still need to get that. Okay, aspect-wise, it needs to be something that mirrors the damage of the other aspect. But I have nothing that tripled my damage, so we're gonna play aspect of reanimation for now. Damned was shadow damage, right? Shin. We need a chest piece. Preferable with armor and intelligence. Oh, what am I keeping here for a bunch of useless chest pieces? Like, seriously, useless chest pieces. I could take this one. And then re-roll the intelligence into Golem Mastery. At least we could try to do that. And get very disappointed. And how likely is it that I'm actually going to get Golem Mastery? We're gonna roll down to like 3,500 Veil Crystals and then be sad we didn't get in. Oh, 1 rank. You know what? I'll take 1 over none. Okay, that can work. Rasmus Vigor is better for Bone Splinters since all your damage is from overpowered Bone Splinters. No, because in Bone Splinters, you're casting with full essence, and that gives you 140% bonus damage. Ulyss. So Ossified Essence is actually better. But by 40%, you could still play Vigor if you wanted to. So you wouldn't be making a mistake. Okay, Soul Rift duration needs to be Bone Storm duration instead. There's nothing Golem related, right? There's really nothing Golem related here. That's crazy. Steven, thank you for the gifted subs over in the YouTube. Steven, appreciate it. Welcome to our new members, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Are you ill? No, I'm already better. Thank you for caring, though. Also, nothing Golem related here. Okay, so we're going to keep the chest with Hardened Bones and Decrepify Aura. That's set in stone. I'm still thinking if we should play the boots. So we have the... I mean, Yen's Blessing, right? If you should play it or not. Because technically, Yen's Blessing can trigger the Golem skill over and over again. So it is not impossible to play this. I need an amulet with intelligence. Prefer greater affix intelligence where I'm San. Well, then we'll just have to take this one for the time being with a bonus movement speed. So in the future patch, guys, you will get a 4th affix, but you can only temper one single thing. Not only can we only temper one single thing, right? We can also not masterwork the active cooldown reduction anymore. So we pretty much have to roll the highest golem active cooldown reduction possible right out of the house. Correct? It always has to be that right away. I'll skip Sork. I'll definitely do play Sork down the line, but the new golems sound just too cute to not try out. Let's see how low can we actually get the cooldown here. Actually, I need attack speed on the rings. All my good attack speed rings are taken, obviously. Wow, I have this amulet flying around, which is actually an absolutely insane amulet.
Welcome to my home away from home.
Okay, Golem. I wonder how it's going to be with 4 affixes again on gear. How easy it's going to be to find fitting gear pieces. Because if gear pieces have 4 affixes again, right? How often are you going to get useless shit? Right? How often are we going to get 3 good affixes and then 1 shitty affix? Because that's the problem, right? You get 4. So it's in max life vulnerable and then life on hit. Right? And you're like, I didn't want life on hit. Golem active cooldown reduction. Okay, we have 21, we have 22, and we have 24. That brings the golem down to 6.84 seconds. I obviously need more cooldown reduction, so a helmet with cooldown reduction is probably a must, right? Well, that could take the rest of the day, huh? That could take the rest of the day. Oh, that's horrible. When he's already down so much. At least I rolled Skeletal Warrior most mastery multiple times, right? Okay, no cooldown reduction for me then. I could just take this helmet for the time being. Good. That would bring us down to 5.71. We can't actually masterwork the cooldown reduction on the shield, but what we can do is we can greater affix it. So I could try to at least hit it one time currently. Right? So what do I mean we can't masterwork this anymore? Well, you can't, right? You can only get the greater affix on this by going 20 times up. So we're down to 5.49 seconds. How could we get it further down? I mean, you could technically play Pain Gorgers if you wanted to. But that would seem stupid only for the cooldown reduction. You know what? I need a Fist of Fade. I probably need a normal Fist of Fade. For the lucky hit chance on the cooldown reduction. The new FX is going to be way too random. We will see how it turns out. Right? What we certainly need is we need a rune for cooldown reduction, I feel. There is the legendary one, right? Yeah, which is the legendary one again? Cooldown. What is the legendary rune for cooldown reduction called? I can't remember. We'll get it at some point. I mean, how does 5 seconds work right now? Going to a pit 60. I need to reset my... I forgot my aspects. Oops. Well, I'm like going in, I forget my aspects. So let me go out again. Eom. It was Eom, right? I have an Eom somewhere. One of the characters. I completely forget the aspects. So we need the... Fel, Gluttony. Because this is going to have 3 golems, Chad. 3 golems explode at the same time. And that's actually going to be insane. Because Fel Gluttony says, your golem consumes corpses to reduce its remaining cooldown. And if Fel Gluttony triggers from 3 golems at the same time, is it going to reduce our cooldown insane? Then we need the sacrificial aspect, because technically this sacrificial aspect should be boosting this one here. So this says your golem gets 60% more damage from the warrior and mage sacrifices. And technically the sacrificial aspect should boost that. I don't think it's actually doing that. We get reanimation, we get gluttony, we get... Instead of hardened bones, we're going to be playing Alberia. Because we could get Shielding Storm. And then lastly, there's no other golem aspect you kind of want. It's... Frenzied is useless. Actually, we might have to play Frenzied right now. Because we don't have the attack speed. Well, let's actually put out Frenzied for the second... How much cooldown reduction would this be now? Golem armor to make it more tanky. More total armor for me. Considering that all my armor gives me damage reduction, you should actually take as much armor as possible, right? Because that will make you super tanky. Actually something really interesting in the coming season, right? That we can just splurge armor like crazy. We can boost tankiness like there's no tomorrow. Something really interesting. How do you have your resistances satisfied at 52? Oh, because I have my chaos perks running. I may actually keep them out right now because I need my reap more often. We're gonna keep this out. Yes, we're playing without chaos powers. It's useless to do that right now. I can do Neo into... Actually, you could get the wolf companions for freeze, and you could. Shroud would be great, yeah, but you cannot rely on Shroud. Okay, the golem resets quite quick, so that's nice. My idea currently is if I rush forward with my golem, bro, right? And I sit here and I spam my reap, then I can just use the golem as often as possible. So golem jumps in, I just spam my reap, right, to reduce cooldown, and then I just have the golem go off. That could lead to an intriguing loop. I'm just not sure if we want to play the bone prison because right now it's just going to be like too much of an effort to like put the bone prison down on every mob pack. However, it might work. We gotta be content with being weaker though next season, right? Because this season, like, you're super strong. But I think next season, like, getting pit 100 might actually be quite the challenge with anything. Because all the changes are just making us weaker right now, right? Characters are going to be way weaker in season 11 than ever before. So it's gonna be intriguing to see how well that will work out actually. So yeah, the golem is doing nice damage. I like that. Can we see some values? Or nothing too crazy high. And that was 119 million, like that. I like that. I mean, nothing compared to the billions of other things, right? But again, those billions are probably going to be harsher to reach. So that's more realistic values right now. Unless they actually change the life of minions. Oh, that was 800 million almost there. Let's go, Chan. R&T boys will dominate. Oh, R&T boys will dominate like crazy. There's no question asked. I mean, considering that we're playing this with 3 golems, so we're getting like 3 times the explosions. Oh, there was a billion hit, Chan. Woo, let's go. It's gonna be really nice. I like how quick the golem cooldown is happening. I need to see it on a boss though. Might kill a boss too quick though. Why is the corpse explosion, like, why do we have the blight in here? It's mostly just to give us more damage. And that's why we're also thinking, like, we could remove the bone prison and just put a skill in there, and then we don't even have to cast the bone prison, right? And we get just another more damage, more movement speed. So that would be quite nifty. Limpin, thank you for the 21 centuries of support. Limpin, very good to see you there, buddy. Hope we're doing great. I wish there was a way to have the golem automatically do his explosion, right? So you can set it kind of like on auto cast. Like whenever it's available, he would just use it and use it and use it and use it. Like if there was a trigger, like golem has an X% chance to actually trigger his shit. That would be cool. Are you running Bloodman Breaches? Yes. It's a 50% multiplier. You have to run it. I just don't see how you could not run it. So against the boss, I'm just holding down my Reap, and then I just spam my Golem. Yeah, that works. That will work. That will work. Fuck yeah. Okay, so that's interesting. I like the idea of just spamming the Reap, you know? It's kind of cute, because Reap itself makes corpses. Here. Reap forms a corp. And every 4 seconds it actually does that. Hmm. 3 billion there, yeah. I mean, like, the billions are obviously a bit, like, we should potentially end up with... I'm not sure if we end up with more or less. I mean, this one is going to be insane. So 50% chance for golems to hit twice. You're also getting attack speed, and the new Callan's Edict is giving you attack speed, right? So Callan's Edict is going to sit instantly at 50% attack speed on your minions. You know why that's crazy, Chad? Because if your minions have instantly 50% attack speed, or your golem instantly have 50% attack speed, then you're getting, like, here with the cult leader. The cult leader will give you the 200% bonus damage, because you also have the golem attack speed here. I think, and this is 8.7 and 8.7. So that's 17% with another 17%. So it's already 34% golem attack speed, right? Then you have the 40% and the 10% from this. So we're sitting at 85%. And you barely need any bonus attack speed to make it work. I mean, currently we're sitting at... currently we're sitting at 14% with a summon attack speed of 12.5 with a 34 from the golem. With a frenzied death, so we're kind of sitting like at the 100% attack speed range. But yeah. What we definitely need is a litless wall with a greater affix cooldown reduction. That's out of question, right? That's 100%. Interesting part is this weapon is a one-handed weapon, so the new golem thing is a one-handed mace. So we get a one-handed mace, and we can play the litless wall. So we can move the reanimation over here, bomb, sacrifice, and the fell gluttony. I'm not sure about the Fists of Fate, but we need the lucky hit chance on the Reap, right, for the cooldown reduction. Why not PoE 2? I mean, it's over. Noob Adventure. Until next season, there is just no big interest. I mean, I might be playing some more PoE 2 after the Diablo 4 PTR is over. Because, again, on the 28th, the PTR is over. And then, like, I'm not going to return to the normal season, right? I'm not going to waste my time playing the old stuff when I have played the new stuff already. That's certainly not happening. Okay, we want inspiring leader up for the crit. We could have more ranks for Bone Storm cooldown reduction, I guess. Worst case scenario. That's a big question. What is... I mean, we could do spiked armor, probably. Something in that direction. To just make sure to always have Bone Storm, right? What do you think about Yen's Blessing? Do we need those, or could we play something else? I'm taking suggestions here, Chad. So Yen's Blessing is intriguing, right? It's useful. But do you need Yen's Blessing? That's the big question. One thing we can try out is we can masterwork the... We can masterwork... So wait, let me masterwork here something completely inconsequential, like movement speed. Because I'm not trying to skew anything. We could masterwork the golem cooldown reduction, because I could get this as a greater affix, right? Again, with a new thingies, you could get this as a greater affix easily. I mean, easily. And you could still, okay, that's 33.6. Then we need to re-roll. Interesting, by the way, amulets, guys. Amulets will have 4 base affixes, right? I think that's majorly interesting when you think about it, because we could be you could just get an amulet that has what three times skills, right? You can It has 3 different skills, really? Possible?
My magics await your return.
See some steel you need.
Temper, something that doesn't increase our damage, like here. Blood attack speed. I do nothing blood related, right? Great affix, good. And then we're gonna temper. And also come on, give it to me. Oh, okay, give me vulnerable damage one more time and I'm gonna put you in a box and just beat you. Seriously. Okay, just say you hate me. I'm definitely happy when this one is you know, I'm definitely happy when we don't have to do this masterwork loop anymore and we just have to do the greater affix masterwork loop, which is most likely not going to be any less frustrating. However, it's still going to be different than what we're doing right now, right? Why do they have a damage status that no, Carl, so the base idea, why so again, masterworking and tempering is changing, okay? And what's happening is that you can now masterwork an item 20 times. I mean, what means 20 times? Uh-oh. Asking me for my age. I don't have an age. Please refresh. Okay, I got saved. So, you can upgrade an item 20 times, and then you can transform one affix into a greater affix. That's how masterworking works. Therefore, we're currently trying to just simulate this as much as we can, right? As if it would turn into a greater affix. It's obviously not like the real way, but somehow, you get the drift. This has us sit at 4 seconds. Wow, we can get it as low as 4 seconds. Damn. What about Rakanoth the Wake for boots? What did Raka do again as an effect? I forgot it. I don't have a Rakanoth Wake right now. I forgot what Rakanoth Wake does. Rakanoth Wake did do... had cooldown reduction. The cooldown reduction is interesting. You're not wrong. If you get that as a greater affix, it could be intriguing. Not a bad suggestion, honestly. So you pull them together, you put the bone prison on, and then you just spam your golem, right? And everything dies. And now with 3 golems, we're gonna have the spam happen 3 times. I mean, the cooldown reduction is on point. We gotta say that, right? I go in, I cleave. So this is kind of nifty. We're gonna see how this holds up against the Torment 4 boss. My fear is that this will, like, you know, getting this strong might be tricky. So I wonder if it would be better to play this with all the minions together again. So is a Golem Mancer really going to be only Golems? Or would it be better to just run everything? Right? Do you have a big disadvantage of just running the whole gang? That's my question. What do you think, Chan? What's better? Running the Golem alone or being like, I got the whole bitching thing going on? The thing is, if I'm not sacrificing the warriors and the mages, then I am not getting the maximum damage out of Golem. However, if I have the Golem plus the warrior and mages together, would it be like feeling smoother because the warrior and mages are also doing damage, right? So that's the big question. What I enjoy right now is that my Reap is my cooldown reduction, so I don't feel useless, right? You know how in a Golem build you usually feel useless because you're just standing around? But right now I engage with a Golem, I'm sitting here right inside the mob packs with him, right? I'm undying because the consistent barrier we're producing, the Golem has a barrier around him, and it will actually be 3 Golems with 3 barriers around them, right? So easily getting me that 100% damage bonus. And we will be... zoom in. I mean, gameplay loop is quite cool. Look how quick I can spam that golem. That's pretty nice. The smaller golems will be better. I mean, alone Fell Gluttony is going to be insane with 3 golems. So you've got, like, you have your golem ability. You're going to get 3 times the golem ability. And you're going to have the aspect of Fell Gluttony that has your golems erupt into physical damage, right? So this is here, right? And you have that happen like bam, right? All 3 of them are gonna explode with a bonus explosion on top. So that's the potential triple damage, especially since this damage here of the Fell Gluttony is not bound to the actual damage the golem does. So that Fell Gluttony gets multiplied up by the golem damage multiplier. So Fell Gluttony is pretty much times what we have here going on, and what we have here going on, and times all the other golem damages. And I think that is very interesting if you think about it. Did the offhand also give ranks to Golem, by the way? Wait. Golem? It gave ranks to Golem too. So we're gonna get a greater affix Golem mastery there for 3 or 4 ranks as well. That's quite nifty. Gonna have 3 Golems with more ranks. We're probably more sitting like at 12 ranks or something like that. We need a greater affix on the Blood Moon Breaches as well, so you can get like, what, 12, 13, 14 ranks maybe? That's a huge damage boost on top of what we're doing. Like even in a single boss fight, look how quick I'm getting my Golem Mastery, Chan. This is quite like, it's a lot. That's nice. I like it. Could we cooldown reduction any better than just spamming our Reap? That's my question. The issue is, okay, what's the issue, guys? You can't use Corpse Explosion because we need the corpses for the Fell Gluttony. You can't use Blight because it costs Essence. Decompose would be possible, but you have to stand still and channel. I really feel like Reeb is just king with a corpse creation. It does too, because if you engage with Reeb, you instantly have the enemy always at your mercy. Solar gives you a 15% bonus damage. I don't think it's worth it. Let's go for a boss here, Lord Zur, as always, as a testing ground. Didn't D4 start out with toughness and resistance? No, Jim. We always had armor, but we had infinite armor. So the way how Diablo 4 used to work is that you could stack as much armor as you want. However, there was diminishing returns, so after a certain amount, it wasn't worth it anymore. And there was like a perfect value to hit. For example, like it was... was it 8,000 armor, and then it was like 14,000 armor for higher leveled opponents. And that system was actually kind of shit. However, they're changing this now that you can stack as much armor and resistance you want to get even more tanky, but it will fall, like, you can never reach the 100%, right? The more tanky you get, the less efficient it will be towards the 100%. So if this is the 100% mark, you're gonna get tanky, and then you can never reach it, right? However, like, for example, for a Necromancer who has extreme low life, I have extreme low life here right now, correct? That is nothing. For a Necromancer who has extreme low life, you can easily, with the new changes, still not be a one-shot, because you would be then increasing your tankiness by leaps and bounds, right? That's kind of like how that's going to work and how that's going to interact for characters. Okay, see, like here, the damage of the golem feels lower, but he also has to stack up his attack speed. However, still, that's where I need the triple golem, definitely. Fine. So you're going to play golem with minions until you get the weapon to really play triple golem, or you're not going to probably have the damage to do Torment 4 efficient. I mean, I do a billions of damage with the golem, so don't get me wrong, right? Golem is strong. But in order to, like, then really, like, dominate Torment 4, I think the new unique will be needed. Otherwise, it's always going to be, like, mediocre or strong. Yeah, I'm dying to the pools right now because I don't have the resistance and everything. Do you think this changing or staying till the expansion? What do you mean, Gato? What they're doing right now, okay, so all these Season 11 changes, all the things they're doing to the leveling, the masterwork, and all that kind of stuff is the groundwork for the expansion pretty much, right? So they're making the game harder, meaningful, slower, renown rework, everything, to then give you the big skill rework and everything with the expansion most likely. Will you switch to Bone Splinters? Oh, Bosun, I have the Bone Splinter build already. Bosun, in case you missed it, we have the Bone Splinter build, we have Reap Minions, we have the Soul Rift. We are currently testing for Season 11. So that's Bone Spirit, that's Machine Gun Bone Spirit, that's Reap Minions, that's Soul Shred. So we have all the builds out there. However, we are currently testing for Season 11. We're doing some shenanigans here to see how it would feel if we would play a Golem Necro. However, we obviously do not have the Golem unique, right? We don't have the 3 mini Golems. So we can only experiment that much. Still, it works quite well. What's your favorite Season 10 Necro build? The Reap Minions. The Bone Spirit is obviously stronger for content, but the Reap Minions are just cute because they're working. If I go around just reaping people and then it's surprisingly this is actually working for the Infernal Hordes chat because of our cooldown reduction. Oh, this is great. Look at me. I mean, this is like, imagine 3 golems now going around instead of me just but because we're cooldown reducing with Reap, it just works so good. Actually reasonable. Not even bad. I need to try this out in the Helltide in a second. You know what? A Ring of Sacrilegious Souls would make this so much easier to play. Intriguing. I mean, it's really not actually terrible, right? What I wonder is if you could also play golems with Shadowblind. Okay, chat, listen. Come closer. Give me a kiss. There are 2 aspects. There's the Shade Mist aspect. It says your minions deal corruption damage, okay? So 3 golems doing corruption damage. You hear me? Listen. If you use Bone Storm says it goes around your golems. Okay, all 3 golems getting Bone Storms. Then you could technically go for Ultimate Shadows to turn your Bone Storm into a Darkness skill that does shadow damage. The basic idea would be then that instead of doing damage with your golems, you would just use them as a vehicle to do as many overloading Shadow Blights as possible, right? So you have 3 golems that are all rotating a Bone Storm around them. Each rotating Bone Storm is afflicting instances of Shadow Blight. The golems are having Shade Mist around them and inflicting instances of shadow damage at the same time over time, while you're standing next to your golems and you're hammering in blights like pop, 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 if that could be something too, right? I don't think we can really simulate this in the grand scheme of things here right now because we only have one golem. But if you want to, we can try out how that would work remotely. Would that be intriguing to you? See, like even here, even in the Helltides, this is working actually. So I'm going around, I'm reaping people. Why are we having the wolves, by the way, for vulnerable? The wolves are one of the coolest sources of vulnerable you have, and you could just easily have them just run around with you. And this would also allow us to play the Nagu rune for, I don't know, whatever, for Quox, to give us just random intervals of more damage if we wanted to, potentially. Combo with X-Felts. X-Felts is horrible. X-Felts is trash. Please no combo with X-Felts. X-Felts does nothing. What day is the PTR? On Tuesday. And I will prepare dozens of builds for you. So you got some stuff to try out. We also want to try out Frozen Orb today. So I know Frozen Orb is is changing in quite some ways, and a lot of people might not be interested in Sorceress. But I actually always liked Frozen Orb. I love the playstyle. And I have a Fractured Winter Glass, so you can actually try this out. By the way, we have so few life right now. It's actually disgusting. I need to get a bit more life. You know? I need to get a bit more maximum life as I run around with 4,000. I'm still not sure about the Bone Prison if we want to play it, Chan. Bone Prison is a nifty source of vulnerable, but don't actually need it. Okay, this is working. Let's try the Shadow Golem Mouncer. Okay, chat, we're gonna save this one and then we're gonna try the Shadow Golem Mouncer now. So this is save, rename. This is Fell Gluttony, and then we're gonna turn this into a shadow version. For the shadow version, we still play the Bone Storm. We don't need the ranks in the Bone Storm. We will need Shadow Blind. We need Gloom. We'll put these 2 points out. Probably should get Crippling Darkness. But let's pass on the... No, you know what? Here, these 2 points out. Crippling Darkness. And we're gonna do still Reap. We have our Golem. Corpse Tendrils, the Bone Storm. I need another ring. Thing is, do we need the Blood Golem then? Wouldn't it be better to... None of them does base shadow damage, that's the problem. So that's like the only problem, right? That mages would be inherently better for this because mages actually attack. But I want to see it with a golem first, so let's say we're gonna cape the bone golem for more corpses. Which also makes us technically play Corpse Explosion. Okay, we have the Golem. We need a new set of rings. Ring. At least non-shitty rings, right? Nothing fancy, but also nothing that's like completely, utterly super trash. We get these two bad boys. First sacrifice bonuses are increased. We could technically play this for the bonus shadow damage. Then we would have to play
The wonders of sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I
Shadow Blind for the blighted aspect. And Shadow Blight for the aspect of decay. And the aspect of the damned. Maze. Let's see if I have something like shitty just flying around.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
And that would be Ultimate Shadows. So what are we doing right now? Oh wait, Ultimate Shadows. So wait, we got Ultimate Shadows, so we got Damned, we get that, we get Sacrificial.
May your road
We need a pair of gloves. Gets the Shade Mist aspect. So the base idea is that you have a golem or multiple golems. I need the Shadow Blight key passive. Profile. I take the planner from the Soul Shred Necro. And we'll see. That your voice is back. Ah, don't worry. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry, brother. Actually, we need the Eben Piercer for this, probably. Mm-hmm. Yeah. By the way, the weapon cannot have ultimate shadows. The weapon cannot have ultimate shadows, ladies and gentlemen. Because the weapon would be the golem weapon, I remember. I gotta say, as much as I find this interesting, I already have the feeling that this idea is doomed for failure, Chad. As much as I would want this to work, I at least have to preliminary test it. But I feel like, nah, that ain't it. It's like stretching the main purpose of what Golem is supposed to do. Just for the sake of doing it, pretty much. But no one shall say we're not stubborn. Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, it doesn't work. Best case scenario, it does work. I mean, the actual golem already worked. That's the most important part. And we're going into the frailty board. And that would be Abyssal. For level Abyssal? I did. Look at me, Mom. And lastly, we get Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper. So what is the base idea behind this here right now? And just for you to understand. It was all about what if we are waltzing into our opponents and using our golem or our 3 golems with the update as a delivery of shadow damage. What's happening right now, Big Drippy Drip? We're testing Season 11 stuff. It's somewhat working, but definitely not as efficient as the other golem, right? Yeah, it's just like, even if I had 3 golems, I don't think this wouldn't be it. Next season, they're getting rid of chaos powers and armor. Yes, there's no more chaos powers and armor. There is only going to be other stuff. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to re-equip the Fell Gluttony and live that one. Okay, I'm happy with this creation. You know what? This one has me very, very pleased. Don't forget, you can over armor nowadays, so don't worry about splurging as much armor as possible, right? I wonder how I have so extreme few maximum life. Need help, Pit? No, I don't need help in the pit camo. Thank you very much for offering. We're more YOLOing around and trying out things. Is there a zoom out camera option? Seems very close to me. No. This is the closeness you'll have to get used to when playing Diablo 4. Now this is the version of the golem build you want to play. I know this is only pit 85 chan, don't you? 85, 65. I cannot simulate the maximum damage of this build. So there's no use trying to push maximum. It's more about viability than maximum pushing. And we're seeing a viable, functional build. Okay, this is happiness for me, ladies and gentlemen. So now we gotta do Sword. So I had 3 things I wanted to do today, okay? So we wanted to make the Necro build viable. I'm not sure if there's going to be other Necro build who's going to shine. We can look at the changes if we want to quickly. If there's something else I overlooked, maybe of significance, right? Might be. Best part right now really is how quick the cooldown goes on a single target. This is just brilliant. When on multi-targets, I can pretty much spam the thing, right? Consistently have the bonus damage from Flash Eater up as well, because my golem consumes corpses and makes new corpses, and I make new corpses as well, so we have corpses, right? Season 11 looks damn good. The first thing we'll do on Season 11 is leveling. Because, like, so there's one big thing happening, guys. You're losing your starting skill points. Okay? Yes, you heard right. We're gonna be weaker. I mean, what's the normal amount of skill points you start with? 1, correct? When you, like, on a complete new account, it's 1 skill point. I'm not mistaken. I'm okay with that. Well, the problem is that it's a big change to what we're having right now. Right? And it's also a big change in speed. Because if I start with 1 skill point instead of more skill points, that's awful. Where's my golem? My golem was just gone. He wasn't coming. That's so weird. So yeah, that's that on the skill point board. Okay, let's check for Necro if there's anything else where I feel like we need to put our finger in. Okay, we got the patch notes at the bibbity bottom. Let's open this. Let's go for Necromancer. Okay, we got Necromancer 1, Necromancer 2. So, Golem as longer unstoppable. We get skilled. So, Corpse Explosion is getting more damage. However, this is not going to be enough. Kellen's Edict is getting buffed. Blood Surge is being changed, but that won't change anything. Hungry Blood is technically making Bloodlines better, but not really. Mutilator just has less Fortify. Paragon also not really changing much. That's it. So the only thing we really have is the golem buffs. The rest is as strong as always been. What we can do right now is chat. We could delete this character here. No, that's testing actually. We can start testing. And let's see how long is the leveling now with 1 skill point. So if I have only 1 skill point, right? So this is it. You start, you have 1 skill point. Great. So I'll take Reap. Because Reap is OP, obviously, in the beginning. You can target minions now. If you play minions together with Golem, but when you play minions, you don't play Golem. So yes, if you play minions with Golems, then you can target minions by sending your Golem in, but only if your Golem ability is on cooldown. Otherwise, no. I mean, obviously, like in the normal difficulty, so that's skill point number 1. Well, it's essentially just slowing leveling down, right? Because instead of having a core skill right off the rib, you're just running around with 1 basic skill and that's it. However, Necromancer obviously has their minions, so they're instantly going to be stronger. So that's the next level, and I would finally have a core skill. Right? After all this time, we finally would have a core skill. Still don't have powers because we don't need them. Weather God, you know I'm already getting better, sir. And then tomorrow I'm back to normal completely. Extra skill points are gone. Yes, because Renown is gone. However, you will earn these extra skill points throughout the game again with your seasonal rank. So it's not like that extra skill points are gone. We are still keeping those. But like you just don't start with them. Okay? That's the big difference. They're still there. Just not right away. Well, I don't argue that this is going to be a good change down the line. Just right now, it feels shitty. Like no matter how much of a useful change it might be for the game, it will still feel shitty simply because we're used to different, right? The worst part is you're pretty much forced to start in the normal difficulty. There's no way you start in a harder difficulty because obviously you're just only going to make it harder for yourself. Right, there's no more starting an expert. There's no more jumping right into penitent unless you hate your life. Right? And you just want the pain. Now, maybe you're gonna be like, hey Pony, I hate my life and I want the pain. So I'm like, okay. That's fine. I respect that. Oh, I knew this would happen. So, like, I surmised that when you do, like, even normal difficulty Chaos Rifts, your minions are going to be so weak that they just die instantly. So they are right now. Actually, so sad. Level 5. So this is now the strength you would have at the start of the new season, right? Plus, there's actually more difficult mob packs coming. This is something to not forget, Sean. We're getting new super juice mob packs. So not only are you starting weaker, you're starting weaker, and there are super juice mob packs. That might whip your ass. It's gonna feel like, I think the feeling we're getting is a bit like the pre-level 60 times. Right? I think that's totally what we're gonna go for here, because like the level 100 times they were like this, right? Everything was a bit longer, everything was a bit more tedious. Yeah, we'll see how people will cope with this. Again, I don't think it's a horrible change. It's just that people are just not, they're gonna have a hard time coping with this, right? I mean, fellow characters should, like, follow characters, second characters, third characters should start with the skill points again. Right? That doesn't change. You know what my issue is with missing the skill points? The lengths it takes to get to your key passive. I don't think this is something that's being considered right now very much, but think about it for a second, Chan. Okay? So right now, you get your key passive relatively early, and that's a power spike. That allows you to do things. However, without getting your key passive early, that's going to make everything take vastly longer. Right, I'm 11 points short. And I have to, like, I would pretty much at level 7, I'm finally here for my, like, for example, a Dance of Knives, a rogue build, right? Holy moly. Because when you play rogue with Dance of Knives, you actually start with Dance of Knives, but now you gotta go all the way for level 7 before you can even get your first Dance of Knives rank. It's gonna feel awkward. I'm already feeling the slowness. God, I'm already feeling the slowness. See, now I finally get Corpse Explosion, which is usually a standard part of your set of skills. Is leveling not to have a full build in 10 minutes? Sir, but this is Diablo, not Path of Exile. How do I convey that making the leveling slower is not making the game any better, as the game pretty much starts at level 60. I mean, in Path of Exile, the game starts with level 1. And there's no denying that, right? Your journey starts with level 1. It's like, that's how it works there. You gradually build up your character. So, like, obviously with the new support gems, you upgrade some of the supports. But sometimes the skill you have at level 1, you keep all the way to level 85, right? But in Diablo, I start my journey at level 60. Everything before level 60 is useless. All the items before level 60 are useless. Everything I earn before level 60 is virtually useless. Quotation mark, quotation mark. This is obviously a bit different now because you can earn bonus skill points, seasonal ranks, and that kind of stuff, right? Visor, I get that you like the changes, but you got to see the flip side of the coin, right? I will like the changes too, but I see the great masses being disappointed by this. I understand that people some will like this. I assume the mass will at first dislike it massively, and then just get used to it. The big question is, okay, you know what the biggest question is? How long will it take to earn the bonus skill points, right? Because right now it says we're getting seasonal rank, and seasonal rank will increase with certain activities. Plus, the capstone dungeons will increase our seasonal rank as well. Do I need the capstone dungeon to reach season rank 1? Or do I need the capstone dungeon to get to season rank 2? Right? This would mean that from level 20 on, 25, 23, 24, maybe, I could finally get my first bonus skill points. And that would feel kind of slow. So this is kind of like where it's going to be determined if or if not, or however it's going to feel by how quick the seasonal rank actually joins. Gross. One thing I find intriguing about the seasonal rank is it gives you a blueprint. So if I know that my seasonal rank gives me skill points, I'm actually going to pay attention to this, right? Sind, I like 5 Paragon ports. I think 5 Paragon ports is good, Sind. I like the old system more, but that doesn't mean I can't appreciate the new system for what it is. For all 12, you get to do all 3 dungeon slices. Yeah, but does that mean whatever I do, I cannot go over rank 1 with other activities? Because that feels bad. Fine. So if they spread the skill points over rank 1, 2, 3, and I need to do dungeon 1, 2, 3, then I won't get all the skill points before level 60 Torment 1, which kind of feels shit in my eyes. Especially if I can't advance the rank unless I do the capstone dungeon. Again, however, this reads really, like, this reads bad, but maybe it flows good into the gameplay. This adds a challenge to leveling, yeah, but that's not what everyone is looking for. Again, Retro, I understand you would like to have challenge while leveling, and I think it's not a bad thing. But the casual player, the 99% of Diablo, might not look for a challenge while leveling. Especially since we haven't had a challenge while leveling now for over a year, right? Since Season 6, there has been 0 challenge leveling. It used to be somewhat challenging before, and people were complaining because the old system was slow and boring, right? This is why the game is going downhill. You could argue that Season 10 was the most popular season ever, as of late. I mean, you're saying downhill, but the game, like, everyone has been returning for Season 10. Season 10 was like, blah, 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 blah. People still shit on it. People shit on everything, Retro. The people that actually play the game enjoy the game. I don't care for the opinion of people that shit on the game just for shitting on the game, because their opinion is useless, virtually useless.
Pardon me, stranger.
We will see how it plays and how the people react. It's going to be definitely one of the more divisive seasons. But that's why we are first day, Tuesday. I'm going to be level 1 and we're going to level, right? We're going to test out the seasonal rank. We're going to see how easy it is to get forward, how simple it would be to get to the capstone dungeons. How soon could you do the capstone dungeons? Like, can I do the level 30 capstone dungeon with level 20? Because that's very important, right? Can I do the level 50 with 40, maybe? How easy is that? What other activities matter not? Subkit, I'll be reporting for leveling duty. You know what I find sad about the changes? That it's nerfing solo play. Right? I mean, like, look at me, Chan, right? If you play together with someone else, you get 10% more XP. So if I play solo now, I get 10% less XP. However, if I have 12 more skill points, this didn't matter this much because I was strong myself. Now I have less skill points and I don't have the 10% more XP. So inherently, if I play together with someone else, we already have 2 skills instead of 1 skill, right? And we're automatically going to have a better time in normal difficulty and a faster time, even though we're like kind of nerfed, right? So considering that, you're actually nerfed as a solo player. Can anyone get the PTR? The PTR will be here. You open your BattleNet, bottom left, you pop this out, PTR, and then you install it. That's it. That's how PTR works. Only available on BattleNet though. So if you don't have the BattleNet client, download BattleNet, PTR. I don't actually know if you have to own Diablo on BattleNet for PTR. Does someone know that? Or can I just install it without owning it? So far, I think the new leveling will probably be an hour or 2 slower, right? I don't think the new leveling will be 10 hours slower. So that's going to be something like, right, obviously the changes read like, oh my god, we're so slow. It's going to be somewhat slower. Yes. But not twice as slow, 3 times as slow, right? Just a little bit. Good. Leave the game. We wanted to do a Sorg now. And for the Sorg, we wanted to do Frozen Orb. Because they're buffing the Fractured Winter Glass. Now, one thing I don't understand, and maybe you can help me, Chad. The new Fractured Winter Glass says, ranks to Primordial Binding, okay, is now ranks to Frozen Orb. I understand. And instead of having this here, it says, Frozen Orbs deal 8% more damage per active summon. Okay, what counts as summons all on the Sorg, right? So you got your familiars, they're summons, correct? The Lightning Spear is also a summon, so that is also correct. That means if I have 12 Lightning Spears, I would have 96% more damage. And is there a limit to how many familiars you can have? Okay, so we got 96, then we got 6 times 8, so that's 48 plus 96, so that's 144%. We can have Ice Blades, which would be another 24, so plus 24. And then technically we could have Hydras, but I don't think we're going to bother with that, right? Because 2 active Hydras is useless. Firewalls don't count as summons, so you get a max out on all 3 of these, right? No, it says 6 familiars. You may have to add 6 familiars at a time. Makes me wonder, what is Conjuration Enchantment says? Wait, let me save my build first. We got Zoom Boom, save, that would be Fireball. RB. So first things first, you don't need the teleport enchantment because that's nerfed. What gets nerfed about the teleport enchantment is actually quite severe, chat. So teleport says now. Here, evade is replaced with a short range teleport, and then evade becomes teleport, but the teleport cooldown cannot be reduced. However, it says with a 5-second cooldown that cannot be reduced. Does that mean that we can also not reduce it by attacking? So can the attacks reduce evade cooldown? It doesn't work as well, right? Okay, let's see. Fractured winter glass. I have one. Fractured. The problem is that the current fractured winter glass obviously doesn't work with what we're doing, right? So yes, sure, we have one fractured, but the fractured winter glass currently says casting frozen orb has a chance to spawn a random conjuration. Okay. I think it still does that to a degree. It has more damage per active summon and has a 65% chance to create a random conjuration when cast. Lucky hit, your summons have a chance to launch a frozen orb. So we need more summons, right? We need all the summons, but at the same time, you kind of like you're missing out on that bonus damage, right? Let's see if we can get frozen orb at least close to this, because we gotta like make sure that we get all the summons, right? So we're gonna have a spark, await and confirm. I'm gonna go for frozen orb, enhance frozen orb together with. Yeah. Actually, do you need the frozen orb restore mana? Because we're not playing this with mana shield, right? Mana shield is gone. Might have to. Oh, wait. I don't think we can play teleport because like Sork is getting a new cool item, Chan. You want to know what that is? Sork is getting. The Orzavain. For each defensive skill not in your action bar, you deal 40% increased damage and gain its associated enchantment effect. That's crazy, right? This would mean, if I understand this correct, right, that you have 1, 2, 3, 4 defensive skills. So if we play none of these defensive skills, we instantly get 160% bonus damage. Or am I crazy? Am I misunderstanding something? Am I stupid, guys? Is my ass fat? All of the things on top, right? But the way how I read this is you get 160% bonus damage if you have the Orzavain. Just like that. Right, I got Orzavain, 160%. Eat my booty shorts. And we get the enchantment effects. What are those? So you would get losing 30% of your maximum life within seconds automatically activates Flame Shield. Okay, so we're now defensive. Your conjuration skills have a chance to unleash a Frost Nova. Oh, really? Really? So we're going to be playing Frozen Orb, which is going to have us have a lot of conjurations, and our conjurations have chance to launch Frozen Orbs. But on top of all the conjurations that we're making, they can also trigger random Frost Novas. Then you got up and getting hit, you have a chance to apply Ice Armor. That's obviously useless. And we get the Teleport Enchantment, which is actually not bad, right? Sort is pretty slow, Mr. Mark. Well, Mark, how do I say this now? Every class is slow. Every class, apart from Spiritborn. Sork is the only class that can attack, teleport, attack, teleport, attack, teleport, attack, teleport. I don't know how to tell you that what Sork does is completely ridiculous for the game compared to every other class. I know it's the Sork's one standing out thing, which makes the Sork a pretty sad class, right? Because the Sork can now quick travel around, and the Necromancer gets a few useless skeletons you're most likely going to sacrifice for a stat bonus. And has no travel skill. Spiritborn is mega fast too, yes. Evade Spiritborn is mega fast too, absolutely agree. I think the main reason Sorceress is nerfed is for the tower, Chad. So they're introducing the tower, and the tower is going to be something you travel through. And if Sork stays the way it is right now with the quick teleporting, it's going to make the tower stupid. And I think that's the reason. I cannot think about a single other reason why they did this. I mean, let me check the creator Discord quickly. Maybe there's something from the devs on Sorcerer, because obviously the Sorcerer's complained. So I'm checking. Yesterday everyone went crazy. Okay, everyone is whining, that's for sure. But there's no developer said something. No, sadly, I don't have bonus information, chat. This is like people literally, the Sorcerer Discord is up in flames right now. You can imagine, everyone is giga mad. Okay, but sadly, no comments on that. Okay, wait, seasonal class updates. We often put forth... Okay, there's updates on the Necro. Okay. No, nothing new, nothing secret insights. Sorry, John. Was double checking. If you want speed, we're forcing you to use the TP on the bar. Yes, most likely. Unless obviously you have the new item, then you get the teleport, right? I mean, you have the new item. This will give you the teleport with a 5-second cooldown, which is still fine, right? I mean, if you get the 5-second cooldown, you could play the Ya rune. So let's say you have the 5-second cooldown on dash now, and then you add the Ya rune on top, right? Replace your next evade with a Sorcerer's Teleport. I guess it could work. Especially if you're playing the Winter Glass, you could play Ya Nagu to consistently have the Ya rune go on. So then we teleport, Ya, teleport, Ya. Still slower, but possible. What do you think is the hardest hitting build for the next season? Every build that hits hard this season will also hit hard next season. For example, Pulverize is still insane. Nothing has changed about Pulverize. Pulverize Druid will be legendary. Hydra Sorg, still legendary. Right? Fireball Sorg might actually be better than like might be working very well too. So every build that performed good in Season 9 will be good in Season 11. Why am I saying Season 9? Because Season 9 didn't have powers that... I mean, they still buffed builds, but not in a way how Chaos Armor did, right? Didn't they nerf Grizzly Rage, though? The nerf to Grizzly Rage... I mean, they nerfed Grizzly Rage, but it might still work very well with the bonus damage we're actually getting. And to be fair, even without Grizzly Rage, Pulverized Druid was insane. Right? So I think, like, generally speaking, Druid should still be very fine. Okay, why do I have a 3 greater affix fracture winter glass? Because I just have, okay. Okay, because I just have. Okay, we're not playing teleport, we're not playing a single defensive skill, because that's going to land up all into our bar. We're You're gonna have to play Ice Blades with the Ice Blades cooldown reduction. You're gonna play the Familiars with the Familiar bonus damage, and we're gonna play the Lightning Spears. How do you get as many Lightning Spears as possible? I don't know. Then we're still gonna play Primordial Binding probably, and Mana Shield, and align the elements and the protection, assume. Our main damage is going to be Frozen Orb. So we're gonna be boosting the damage down here. Oh, and here. Damage while healthy. Plus synergies, plus cooldown. And most likely unstable currents for the attack speed too, right? And then you can take your plus. Yeah, sure. Shock skills, why not? Does work. Lastly, we would need... What do you actually play for a cross skills, less mana, and deal increased damage? Oh yeah, sure. That seems reasonable. Let's remove our powers. Again, we're simulating season 11. So I want the familiars probably. Because this one says each time you summon a conjuration that isn't a familiar, you have a chance to summon a familiar. Or we would do lightning spear. We could do lightning spear for more lightning spears. Probably familiar, right? The problem is we need 12 lightning spears, so that's like the most important one to get, right? More lightning spears is important. Probably. You should add a Frost Nova to test for the enhancement. No, I don't think we want to do that. I have to play around. We want the unstable currents. We want the... I mean, technically, you want all these things here in your bars, right? And what's random skill number 5? If we're not playing anything else. What was it? Elemental synergies is more damage for skilled, so you would just put a random blizzard in, right? Yeah. That seems reasonable. Is it PTR? Why are you not answering? Because I didn't see your question the first time, sir. And because I hate you. And this is not PTR, no. What about a fire skill for all 3 elements? Oh, do you need that for the thingy? I'm still like clutching on my sources knowledge, right? No, we don't need that. At all. We got Frozen Orb. We don't have Holican Crest or anything. Flicker Step goes away. Banish Lord goes away. Gloves. Stuff. Oh shit, I need a whole set of skills. Yikes. Getting everything for the sword will be so weird. Everything is favorited though. Okay. Let's destroy some things that we'll never need this season. Good. We got 5 more skill points just floating around. But why? But why do I have 5 skill points just floating around? Does the cooldown go down on Lightning Spear? No. So cooldown does not go down on Lightning Spear if you put more points in. I mean, we don't need the points in teleport, so that's that. We forgot the elemental dissonance though. I guess I could increase my lucky hit chance. So we have more lucky hit chance. Worst case scenario. Right. Do I have gloves with core skills? Do I think. No, they were rerolled core skill ranks. Yikes. Sadly, don't have any other gloves, Ryan. Mm-mm.
I forge more than use it well.
We don't have the materials to randomly roll for core skills. That is not going to happen, Ryan. Oh shit, we actually have to make a sword that has armor now. Ooh, that's going to be awkward. You know, that's gonna be plenty awkward to make a sword that has core skill ranks. You know what? Let me just put on my... let me just put on this for a second. I guess we would play Raymond again. Raymond. Where's my Raymond of the Infinite? I mean, most likely we would play Raymond again. I don't see why we would not do glass cannon. Pans wise, is there any unique that helps the frozen orb pans wise? Drink honey and lemon. Oh, I'm already recovered, sir. Don't you worry. This is me almost perfect. Tomorrow I'm already perfect. Fracture glass. We have fracture glass. Again, season 11. This is season 11. No chaos armor, sir. No chaos armor.
Magic is neither good nor
Okay, shivering. That would be more chill. Window glasses here. We're gonna get ourselves a bit more conceited aspect. They have nerfed tenuous destruction, right? Take avalanche. Sorry. Memories. And lastly, on the gloves, I need to. And my last build I did was season 7, so that's quite a while ago. But I guess it should do. Cutting blades, I need a pair of pants. Random pair of pants. With probably an armor affix.
will your roads be filled with
The Sork have some weird damage. I mean, orange probably, right? You want some orange herald going on, but is there some damage reduction going on from Sork? You had concentration, right? Casting concentration skill, yeah. And then I need boots. And these boots actually don't have to be cooldown reduction anymore. Actually, no. What is it called again? Jens. Could I use Jens almost on everything, right, Chan? Some random creation of things. I am so squishy with this right now. I mean, it's unbelievable how squishy you are right now. Like, I have no HP. I mean, even my weapon has no HP, right? Wait, let me reroll that damage into maximum life. Let's reroll that cooldown reduction into maximum life. So we at least have something going on. Okay, Paragon board. Might not have the glyphs for this. Yeah, I didn't think about that part, chat. I am sorry. I might certainly not have the glyphs for this. I mean, the interesting thing is we now have to once again take all the life nodes, right? Because life is king. Okay, that is fundamental release. Honestly, I think I like the new version of this, because the new version of this can potentially just be way stronger. What is new or different about the build? What will be played differently? It's all going to be about stacking summons. So the more summons you have, the better it is. What I think we desperately should get is, what are they called again? We should desperately get the wolves, right? Because if you have the wolves running around you, you're tankier at the same time, and the wolves again count as summons too. So that's actually really useful. Yeah, Circe rune, and then just have them around you. I think that should aid us quite nicely. Pretty Katie, by the way. What's up with your voice? Is a new microphone? I need to ask you sincerely, what's up with people nowadays? Okay? With all the love in my heart. Because the amount of comments I've gotten on microphone filters and other shenanigans is deeply worrying me. You know? Instead of the first assumption being, oh sir, you seem to be a bit hoarse. And I'm like, yeah, my name's Ponyhoff. Ryan. And then we both laugh because it's funny. But no, it's like, I liked your old voice more. Could you turn off the sound filter? And I'm like, what's wrong with you? Or what's wrong with creators nowadays? That's actually my bigger question, if that is the first assumption. What is with this deep ingrained mistrust that a creator would instantly use a voice filter if his voice is even remotely off for a millisecond? That is more my question, ladies and gentlemen. Explain where that is stemming from. Is it because people on TikTok are weird? Is it because of AI? Are we blaming AI on this one? We can. It's fine. I'm fine with that. Can't blame AI, chat. If you would like to blame that, please, for the love of God. I don't have a single good rune here. I mean, I guess I'll just have to activate this and be happy about it. Okay, let's go into the Helltide and throw some frozen orbs around. I'm taking care of myself. I didn't even stream yesterday, Ryan. I don't need a break. I know you're all deeply worried for no reason, sirs and ma'ams. This is literally a normal process. Day 1, voice worse. Day 2, voice better. Day 3, I'm fixed. That's a complete normal process that happens every now and then. You know what? I could get used to frozen orb again. I mean, this is like without seasonal powers, right? Without good equipment, without master worked stuff very much. Like with missing like the new fracture winter glass, I could just get used to this another time around. It's fun to play. But we're obviously missing a lot of damage to make it work because we're getting no bonus damage from summons. So you're literally missing like 200% damage that you should be getting otherwise. Just merely like the act of throwing out frost balls. I could get so used to this again. Yeah, absolutely. But we gotta get like as many summons as possible, right? Because how many lightning spears do I truly have now? I would need 12 lightning spears. Oh, and we're missing the 160% bonus damage from the new unique item, right? Nah, Frozen Orb is gonna be nice. I'm gonna love that. Question rather is what to play until then. Probably fireballs, honestly. Yeah, like I don't think you can play Frozen Orb for leveling, right? So you would just play fireballs for leveling. Have a grand old time. We need some crackling energy. And we need some more. I mean, we definitely managed to get our conjurations up, so that's nice. That's working, right? We're getting the Frozen Orb, so life's good. Yeah, the wolves are obviously needed too. I mean, again, how much damage are we at? 168%. How many wolves are you getting from Sir C? Sir? How many wolves are we getting from in? How many could you summon? It's 8% per, so if you get another, like, 5, this is 40% more damage. It's like 200% more damage on the thingy. What is Sir C? I mean, you don't even have to play Sir C, right? You could also play something different. You got 4 wolves, 6 wolves. Oh. We need a way though to make crackling energy, right? That's the thing right now, because we're not making crackling energy, and crackling energy would give us more damage. However, maybe that's not what we want or need. I mean, currently we're just taking the unstable currents for our bonus attack speed. Again, though, it wouldn't hurt to make crackling energy. I wonder if Hydra from the enchantment would count. It should. Problem is, Frozen Orb only costs 16 mana. So even if Hydra would count, it's 154 mana spent, right? So yes, the Hydra counts from the summon. It gives you Hydras, but we would have to spend more mana. However, the Quox rune could make that work. What's the lucky hit chance on Frozen Orb? It's 7%. It's actually really low. Like, the idea is, what if we use the Quox rune to take up all our Essence Globe, right? And then you spam and your Essence Globe gets taken away and you get a Hydra, and then you spam and your Essence Globe gets taken away and you get a Hydra, and then you spam and your Essence Globe, you know? So you would have to have 154 Essence. How much Essence is the thingy restoring? It says, so your Frost skill costs less mana and deal increased damage. Yeah, it's just gonna have your Frost skills cost less mana, right? And even additional less mana, so it's not even restoring. So yeah, that's not really helping. So I don't think that's an option. right? I mean, it's definitely going to be strong, so I don't doubt that Frozen Orb is going to perform well with the changes. But you will definitely need to get the new Sork unique, and you will definitely need to get the new Fractured Winter Glass, right, to make it work. Interesting part is that also the ranks to Primordial Binding that are currently only giving us summon damage, right? Primordial Binding is summon damage. Summon damage is obviously useless for the Fractured Winter Glass. So the Fractured Winter Glass is now going to give us 4 ranks to Frozen Orb. That's already more damage. Our Frozen Orb is going to get 100% more damage. And on top, you're getting like even more damage the more summons you have, right? I think that's going to be fire. Certainly. Wonder if there's any other sorceress stuff that's going to help. Oh, look at that, by the way, guys. The ice armor enchantment get changed. Healing potions apply ice armor and have a chance to refund themselves. And the Frost Nova enchantment is also changed to lucky hit chance up to 10% chance to unleash a Frost Nova after hitting an enemy. Damn. Damn. Those changes are nice. You could just get an ice armor. Like if you get the new unique that applies all the enchantments, right? You could just get an ice armor for drinking a healing potion. That means you could technically put points in here for the mana regeneration and for the bonus damage. So drinking a healing potion will give you bonus damage. Right? Intriguing. They're taking away the teleport evade enough to not play Sork. Yeah, Robert, but that's only people saying that are actually main sorceress players, you know? The problem with the sorceress teleport is that you're kind of forced to use it and you're not even considering a different playstyle. I don't perma teleport and I love Sork, right? My main Sork right now is a fireball Sork that just walks around throwing fireballs. I do not care for permanent teleporting. So it's intriguing that the Sork main players are upset, obviously, because it was their identity. Whereas people who don't main Sork like me are like, that's fine, I will still enjoy Sork. It's a very interesting disconnect. Now, where was I stuck? And they changed the Frozen Orb. Casting a skill has a chance to launch a Frozen Orb at a nearby enemy. Huh. Wait, that means I could technically spam basic skills. Because it says whenever you cast a non-basic skill, you have a chance to launch a Frozen Orb at a nearby enemy, right? So with this, I could actually spam a basic skill and just get more Frozen Orbs. I wonder if you could just spam a basic skill to launch Frozen Orbs, and then those Frozen Orbs would create bonus conjurations, and you don't actually spam Frozen Orb anymore. Is that possible? Or is that not likely enough? I mean, 30% is just not a lot, but if we have 100% attack speed, and you, for example, activate your Unstable Currents, right? And Unstable Current says to use a shock skill, so we would be spamming Spark, for example. Or Arc Lash, I don't care, whatever, right? So you would Arc Lash or Spark to then shoot out Frozen Orbs, because it works with a basic skill now. Would that work? Or not? I mean, you could even take the Glinting Arc Lash for more cooldown reduction, right? But I doubt that this will come to fruition in a way that matters. What happened to your voice? Well, I was making heavy intercourse to your mom and we yelled so much that I got a little bit hoarse. No life. Also, howdy partner, hope you're doing well. So that's the reason why the voice is slightly shoddy. But we're obviously on the way of betterment. However, in case you don't know this, I prefer this to be my voice. People keep expressing concerns and I'm like, could it stay like this forever, please? Pretty please. That would be amazing. I would really enjoy that. Because my usual voice is a bit too high for my liking. I know it's just in my head, ladies and gentlemen, but it's still in my head, so let it be there. What are we doing here right now? We're still leveling Barbarian for a Barbarian build, so there we go. So that was Frozen Orb testing, that was Necromancer testing, Necromancer Golem testing, so that seems pretty good. I'm actually quite excited. I think, like, let's be real, what's going to be good in Season 11? Everything that was good in Season 9. So if you want to play Bone Spirit Necro, that's going to be fire. Pulverized Druid should be good. The Hydra Sword is going to be nice. What I fear is that Season 11 is going to have an extreme low build variety. Because they definitely made a big mistake on the way how they changed things. Build variety was like so high because of all the good changes they did. And now we're sitting here with a bunch of shitty changes. So we're going from the super build variety to no more chaos armor to like one build per character. That's definitely not going to have me super excited for the future. Then again, due to some builds that were only overperforming due to the chaos armors, like, right, they're not going to be overperforming right now, which means that other builds are going to be stronger by virtue of other builds being weaker. Right? So that's also weird, right? But builds are not necessarily getting stronger, they're just, like, getting stronger because... Mantle of the Mountains Fury, chat. There we go. I could just mix the Hammer of Ancients right now in, and I could already explode Earthquakes, right? Just remove a shout from the equation. So what are we playing here? This is a Lunging Strike Barbarian, which due to chaotic powers is actually really funny because you're getting 2 basic skills for the cost of 1 basic skill, right? So you're pretty much twice attacking at any given moment, and that quite makes you strong. Your voice is different the last time I heard it. Yeah, that's because it is. No, just a bit of horse, my friend. No worries. It's not a voice filter, and it's not a tumor. Not a tumor. We're good. Oh, another chest armor. Let's put the unique away. Let's actually put the unique away, but keep it. Just in case I want to, like, on 60, just instantly go for the Mantles of the Mountains Fury. Should really check out American SpongeBob, but I like German SpongeBob. Don't take my German SpongeBob voice away. We like him. What are we planning to do with this barb? I want to do the build that has infinite shouts, and the shouts are shouting, and then more shouts are shouting, and then shouts are making dust devils, and then you shout, and then dust devils. That's a bit of the plan. So, biggest thing we've found so far today, guys, has been the absolute obliteration that is Golem Necromancer. What world tier? This is my normal world tier leveling. You don't level in higher world tiers, it's unnecessary. I mean, sure, you can do expert, you don't have to. You can do penitent or hard, whatever. You don't need to. I mostly level my characters all the way to 60 and normal. Unless there's something like Broken Spirit Born or Rogue. The German accent, I cannot do the German accent. I'm chasing him, chat. I'm chasing him. Oh, stupid. You shall not pass. You shall not pass. You shall not pass. You still should not pass. We're right behind him, John. Right behind him. So everyone excited for doing Renown again soon, John? Huh? All looking forward to it? Already excited, waving your arms like, oh wow, Renown. I'm so horny. No? Why not? That's why he's one-tapping. Guys, it's D4. He wouldn't do this on a greater difficulty. Don't let this build fool you. Timothy, are you okay? Timothy, are you okay? I mean, this is leveling. You're not, like, I mean, what would you fool anyone with? Ooh. Please, chat, don't be deceived by a leveling build killing things while leveling. I urge you to use your own common sense and judgment. Okay? Please. Do not get fooled by I don't know, by a leveling build leveling. How's it going? Very well, sir. We are cautiously excited for Season 11. Very cautiously excited. And I really can't gauge how much fun it will be to play. My first reaction up in reading the patch notes was definitely a, well, this shit. My second reaction is, well, this is still shit. However, maybe it plays good, right? So the reaction on this is shit hasn't changed much, just some. Are we getting a new class as well? No.
I could use someone like you on my crew. Don't run with bandits. Then die.
Way too soon for that. New class is in Season 12/13. That's when we're getting the next new class. Not before. The Wanderer, we all Wanderers, sir. The Wanderer class is a joke. It doesn't exist. I mean, we will definitely need level builds next season, John. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, listen. With the changes to the season, we definitely will need level builds. That's for certain. So it's not going to be like, oh, here, this build will get you from 1 to 60 super easy. No, it's going to be like, okay, from level 1 to 20, you need to do this and this. And then you're going to have to pick up aspect XYZ. Afterwards, you're going to be going over to the nether zone and get yourself blah, blah, blah. And then, you know, like level 25, do the capstone dungeon because your character's actually strong. And after level 25, you're going to swap over to the hard difficulty to then prepare for the next capstone dungeon at the expert difficulty. And then you're going to have like aspect XYZ and maybe temper beta to get things done. I mean, it's definitely going to be different in that regard if you want to have a smooth and fun level experience instead of just like, hey, blast Helltide until you don't want no more, level 60. Thoughts on Druid leveling, Rabbit Bear? Everything that's not pulverized leveling is shit. Unless it's lightning bolt leveling because that's actually fun. Was the D4 endgame pretty good? I like it personally. The new old resistance stuff, Yearn, the new old resistance stuff is actually good. I know it sounds weird to say that the new old resistance stuff is good, but what's changing is that you can just stack as much armor as you want and as much resistance as you want, and it's just going to make you more defensive. So I personally believe that the new ways things are being done will just make you more tanky down the line. However, that's just an assumption and we'll have to play it. But still, with all the total armor tempers and all the armor you can get and the gems and all that kind of stuff, how often are you at 1,000 armor and then you're like, I don't need no more, but you could actually go up to 5,000 armor very easy. So it's kind of like, I do believe it just allows for a bit more freedom. Harold, it's your wife's birthday today. Well, congratulations. Saber of Seagull, you gain for each demonstrating skill you have equipped. I mean, let's go. I mean, since I get more damage if I use a different skill, right? Since I use 2 basic skills at the same time at any given moment, should I not do more damage than at any given moment? Yeah, I should. Probably. We need more ether. We need more... What are they called again? Rifts. Or my rifts and... Yeah, I guess after fighting the Saber of Seagull, I should probably go on a harder difficulty, but again, I can't be asked. I mean, we'll reach 60 in the hour, right? That's gonna be simple. What happened to your voice? It's all good, brother. Don't you worry. It sounds like they've rested you some good. Yeah, we actually went to a event. What's the English name? Farm. We do some October events and their animals and bouncy castles and so on. Problem is I cannot yell after my children. So if I need attention, it's like have no voice, cannot yell, cannot be like, children, come here now. Missing the power to be like, oh. If tiny rascals try to escape. Collection of rings. Maybe it's given me the aspects I need. You never know until you know. Nope, still not the aspects we need. But I will be stacked that until you don't get one shot and all the rest goes in DPS. What I want to say earlier, well, Jörn, we'll have to see how it really plays out with the new resistances, right? I mean, currently we only have our speculations. I dearly hope that Blizzard obviously tested all the changes thoroughly and didn't just throw some numbers around and has us be the guinea pigs again. Because let's be fair, this has often been the scenario that instead of like really having everything in-depth tested, it's more like, okay, we're gonna twiddle some numbers and then we're gonna have the PTR and the players are gonna actually play the PTR, so that's going to then test those numbers that we just randomly fiddle-de-deed around. So yeah, get fucked and try to make it work, you little shits. Right? So yeah, that's down. We are the testers and we're not even being paid, Timbo. Even though obviously after the season 11 announcement, everyone was telling us we were paid actors again. Because how can you be excited for these changes? How can these changes be any good? Wow, typical Diablo partner behavior of saying things are good. We. I hate these changes, so my feelings are hurt. You know what I mean? The usual thing when a patch comes out and people don't have like more than 2 brain cells to rub together. Do I sound mean? Yeah, I sound mean, but that's fine. Well, things gotta be tested. I will definitely, I'm so excited for the leveling. I just like leveling in games, right? So that's why for me, the leveling changes are not on the negative side. I can just see that people who don't like leveling will be fed up, right? So that's my problem. I like leveling. I like the level changes. People hated capstone dungeons for some reason. People are gonna be upset. What can I say? I'm excited for something people are not for, so I'm gonna be called a corporate chill again. Because I just like something. It's like when you say you like pancakes and the waffle crowd is like, wow. I wasn't aware that Pony's a waffle hater. And it is what it is. I miss capstones. I miss capstones dearly. Especially, you know what the funny part is? The capstone bosses are Dark Citadel bosses. Chad. Yeah. That's the crazy part. Remember we talked about no one plays Dark Citadel? No one is in the Dark Citadel. No one knows the Dark Citadel content. Guess what they did? They brought us the Dark Citadel content now, like this, so that people see the Dark Citadel content. It's actually so stupid. So we're not even getting new cool bosses, right? They're just reusing old assets for this, which I'm not mad about because the Dark Citadel bosses are actually insane. I will show you a clip in a second, okay? So you see what I'm talking about. Let's gather this cinder, open the chest, and I'll teleport back and I'll show you. I need to go to the other Helltide in a second. This is good leveling, chat. This is a good leveling pace. You hate Dark Citadel, yeah, but that's why you get capstone dungeons, which are now having the Dark Citadel bosses, Boxo. Come on, Boxo. We all hate the Dark Citadel. I mean, no one in their right mind is actually like, wow, the Dark Citadel is so great. I wish I could play the Dark Citadel consistently so I would have more fun. Because the Dark Citadel is so great, yeah. I love the Dark Citadel. I wish the Dark Citadel would be my mom. Like, no one is like that, obviously. Okay, Mr. Riker, your live stream, your video. Sorry for the widescreen. Sorry for the weird ads. Okay, hi Riker. So seasonal rank, season rank. Yeah, so in the season rank talk, they are actually showing the capstone dungeon. This is the Unseen Awakening. The Unseen Awakening is the Torment 1 capstone dungeon. Okay. And in the Unseen Awakening, you are already here, Torment 1, 54 Paragon points, right? And look at this design. Slay Khazra defenders, find the entwined soul. This design here is Dark Citadel design. Okay, this is Dark Citadel assets. This is Dark Citadel soul stone shebang bangs. That's just that. They're literally taking the Dark Citadel as a capstone dungeon. I'm not mad, again, because everyone, like, many people have forgotten about the Dark Citadel. The Dark Citadel has great level design. It's fine. But it's actually intriguing how they're reusing the assets. But they're also showing the boss fight. And who knows this boss fight? This is Telsian and Dornfast. Telsian and Dornfast, these are two Dark Citadel bosses. And they're actually adding mechanics to them because the dude here is going around and he's activating these soul globes here to do, I don't know whatever he does by activating the soul globes, but he definitely does. So it seems to be doing something for this fight or not. I really don't know. But yeah, this is the actual fight. So capstone dungeons could be cool because it's like meaningful fights, right? I'm like that's why I like the leveling, correct? Carlos, voice good. Thank you for asking. That's why I like the leveling, because these Dark Citadels are gonna be fun content maybe to do. I'm intrigued to see how that plays out. $200 million is terrible. I started on the Sorghum was spending 20 billion. Hey, 200 million is great, sir. How can you be mean to 200 million? Also, he didn't mean million, Kenny. He meant 200 billion. It's the German translation shenanigan. Can you only do capstone when you're 60? No. There are 5 capstone dungeons. There's a capstone dungeon with level 30. There's a capstone dungeon with level 30. There's a capstone dungeon with level 50. There's a capstone dungeon with 60. Then Torment 2 and Torment 3. So you actually have meaningful things to look forward to. And I like that because it's a little bit like the Diablo formula. Diablo formula is currently a checklist of things to do, right? You get to 60 by doing like certain tasks. Then you go to the Tormenteers by doing certain tasks, and that's just the Diablo way of doing it. It's all structured in tasks and systems to put down. But I like that, personally. So I'm not mad. They said 25, 45. No, it is 30, 50. Torment 1, Torment 2, Torment 3. At least that's in the blog post, sir. However, the levels are a suggestion. Okay, so the capstone dungeon, the first one, is always level 30 hard. It is never harder or weaker. It's always level 30 hard. Which means that no matter how low level you are or how high level you are, it's always level 30 hard. The same goes for the Torment 1. It's always Torment 1 hard, even if you're in Torment 2, right? And that's the intriguing part. So if I go in with level 20, but I'm able to tackle the level 30 content, that's fine. If I go in with level 40 and it's level 30 content, I'm blasting. Yeah, you get to decide when you want to do what, right? Fireball Sorg up to date on MOBA? Yes, the Mobalytics is up to date, sir. Oh, game crashing, game crashing. Those dungeons are going to be a joke once you get to Ubers. They're not meant to be difficult when you're strong, Carlos. The capstone dungeons are meant to advance your seasonal rank. So with level 30 or around level 30, you're meant to do the first one. Then with level 50 on the expert difficulty, you're meant to do the second one. If you then get into Torment 1, you're meant to do the third one. So these are not meant to be stopping you. They're just meant as a check on your progress. They're meant to break the monotony by giving you something to look forward to, right? So you're suddenly getting this capstone dungeon and you actually get a try, right? There's a boss fight. The boss fight might have mechanics. So it's breaking you out of the monotony that leveling can be. And that is the kind of like their intention with this kind of stuff. Why are they doing it? Why are we getting this? Oh, like, it feels like it's making the game more extra, but it is literally meant to make it better. However, people, I don't think, see it yet. They only see it as something that slows down leveling. They should keep Chaos Armor in the game of 400%, but they won't. Maybe they have a reason for it. I cannot see into their heads. There's definitely something at play behind the scenes. Obviously, Chaos Armor was the single greatest thing they have done since Season 6. Personally, for me. I mean, maybe it has to do with the expansion. Maybe the expansion is planning to introduce something, right? That says that Chaos Armor can't stay because the expansion is giving us sets or something like that. Who knows? Maybe Chaos Armor are also limiting development further by blocking other avenues they might want to go down to, right? So I don't know. I still believe that limiting Chaos Armor to 1 per, right? If you can only wield 1 Chaos Armor, that would be cool. Because it would still enhance the build variety. It's actually really telling for build variety that we needed Chaos Armor to have more build variety, right? And obviously Chaotic Perks. Because now with Chaotic Perks and Chaos Armor being gone, build variety is dropping by 400%. If any interest in Arc Raiders, it's a third-person shooter, which is cool, but it's an extraction shooter, which is not cool. So no, I'm not really interested. I know there's a big player base, there's a lot of people. I might look into it. The thing with Arc Raiders, again, is people that like Arc Raiders only like Arc Raiders. So, like, let's assume I would dabble in Arc Raiders, right, to create Arc Raiders content. And we would actually have people that are like, wow, this streamer is so cool. I like his Arc Raider content. As soon as you then do not Arc Raider content, they would be like, I hate this streamer. I hope he dies. So it's kind of like, sure, I could dabble. Sure, I could look into it. However, it wouldn't do anything for me in the long run, right? It would be a short stint of personal satisfaction, entertainment whatsoever. But it wouldn't do anything for us as a community. Long term. It might even be hurtful. Modifying into Chaos Armor, I would like to see anything like Chaos Armor at this point, right? Your voice sounds deep as hell. Well, I had a vocal coach, sir. We've been with, like, this is years in the making, obviously. I also had very expensive surgery in Turkey. Istanbul, sorry, everyone goes to Istanbul, right? So you have very, very expensive voice cord surgery. And that's why I need your Prime Gaming subscription to pay for this. Yeah. Good talk. This is obviously the truth, and this is not the truth. Okay, it is the truth. Not the truth. Oh, by the way, chat, I got a very amazing offer in my emails recently. I actually got this offer 3 times already. It seems like I need it badly. I was invited to Istanbul, for real. This is not a joke. For hair replacement surgery, if I want to. So, like, I would get the full trip sponsored and invited and chauffeur and everything. I just have to do some vlogs about it. Obviously, I'm fine with my hair. This is, like, I intentionally wear it like this. I don't want more hair. I hate my hair. Like, you know, I hate hair. I could go bald. I would be fine. But I've been offered now 3 times, like actually a trip to Istanbul's top clinic for hair replacement. So I could get luscious long locks and be this myself I've never been before. Yep. Sometimes you gotta take those big W's, chat. Huskers got it free in America. Well, Huskers was also very unhappy with his hair, my friend. Right? There's a difference between being happy or unhappy. Like, I could go bald and I wouldn't care. It would make my life easier. Hair is for me a nuisance because I have to take care of it, right? It has to be cut. It has to be, blah, blah, blah. Like, unnecessary. I mean, apart from the beard, I'll keep the beard because that's fine. But hair itself, nuisance. What do you need it for? To keep your head warm, that's it. Like if the choice is between shaving or going to Istanbul to get tiny hair follicles implanted into your head and have your head swell up like you have a goddamn water head. You know what? Before I do that, I'll just shave it off. Right? If that's the choice, like between going through that painful experience or shaving it off, like guess what? Off with the head. But it's funny to actually get that offer because I seem to be the target group, right? What can I say, chat? I seem to be the target group for hair surgery shenanigans. I don't know if I'm flattered or insulted. I haven't decided still. This is something to be mad about. Target age? Yeah, probably target age, target group, target everything. Target left, right, and center. I guess you get a lot of viewers who need hair. I mean, maybe you're the target group, Chad, right? Maybe I'm not the target group, but you're the target group because you're the viewers, right? I would be promoting that. So think about it, right? Maybe I don't need hair. Maybe you need hair. I'm botting. You see there, Ultimate Wolf. I'm gonna get you the code Ultimate Wolf for 20% off on your hair thingy, and I mean that's expensive anyway, so 20% off would be great. Yeah, like exactly. Don't get me wrong, by the way. I'm not condemning the whole surgery. I just find it funny. I don't personally need it, but whoever needs it is more than welcome to you know, to do that. I'm not condemning anyone that wants to feel healthy with themselves. Look at day over 29. God damn it, sir, but I'm trying to be older. How dare you to insult me that way? When I look like an old, sophisticated gentleman. Thought we're friends, Gumby. I'm gonna get backstabbed here, chat, by my oldest viewers. Can I switch the codex between weapon off and amulet? Fine. What? Okay, we are level 51. Good job. Barbarian level is really simple. You just hold down right mouse button and everything dies. It's very, very convenient. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, let's do this one here. Did you get your voice break? Yes. I finally hit puberty. It's all the steroids, Chan. All the steroids. Obviously. The only explanation. That's why I'm so angry all the time, too. It's not because I'm German. It's because of all the steroids. Hindry, thank you for subscribing for my steroid abuse. Appreciate it. Imagine getting puberty at 50, exactly. It's about time, Crimson. Better late than never. Yeah, that's why we started bolding too. Now it's all coming out, Chad Ryan. The voice dropped and the Istanbul hair replacement because of all the heavy steroid abuse. Fine. It's all coming together. Shit. Exposed. Now I just need a shock collar for my dog. Quick. So I can be the latest Twitch drama. This is just for permanently online people, guys, right? Random comment for people involved in Twitch drama. Which I'm not, I'm just exposed to it. I don't even want to, and I'm still exposed to it. Terrible. I'm watching your Necro build. I'm fairly new. How do you have 6 skeleton mastery on your boots, for example, as level 5 on helmet? Spawn elusive. I got a greater affix on boots, and I re-rolled my helmet until I hit that. I mean, I got a normal greater affixed helmet, intelligence, and then I re-rolled one of the affixes until I hit skeleton warrior mastery. For the boots, I gambled obols, and I was just extremely lucky to get the 5 ranks, and then I masterworked it 2 times. I think it's 4 ranks. Actually, not 5 ranks. Now I masterworked it 2 times. When you speedrun on PTR, is there specific things you do to level faster, like hordes or dungeons? Well, if you want to be the most efficient possible, for Diablo, for example, you obviously want to do no activity that's not a favor, so any activity has to be a favor for Tree of Whispers. Then Helltides and Helltide chests are obviously great experience. The most important experience gain you get is over drinking your elixirs, right, in the beginning, and playing with a friend, because that's 10% more XP. However, there's another thing, and that would be dungeons. But for dungeons, the problem is that you're getting Chaos Rifts right now. What you don't want is Chaos Rifts. What you would want to do is Forgotten Wisdom. Because Forgotten Wisdom dungeons have a buff in them that gives you for 1 hour 15% more XP. So what you would want to do is you would obviously want to gather Nightmare Dungeon sigils and then have an eye out for which one does actually say Forgotten Wisdom. Because that would instantly then have you level even faster, because all of the XP bonuses, they stack. Right? You tried re-rolling some perks earlier, but it made you poor. Yeah, it's super expensive. I don't recommend re-rolling anything unless you have an abundance of money, which means you're going to have to be lucky finding something. And for some reason, Blizzard wants everything to be a money drain and you to not have fun, so yeah, there you go. Cope with it. And for Period 2, quick leveling is more or less down to just having a good build. right? I mean, the better your build is, the stronger your build is, the faster you level. And then obviously knowing where everything is on every map helps tremendously too. Okay, where's the goddamn portal? This is the portal back, but where's the portal forward? Like, seriously. Yeah. Yeah. You change your microphone? No, I didn't. I don't know what that was, what my brain just did. I have that voice because of Corona? No, no, no. I'm just gonna be completely normal tomorrow again. That's it. And don't worry, children. I'll be back to normal tomorrow. This is stage 3 already. It's just unfortunate that it hit during a release of news, right? I know, Ms. Rage, I've been having, this happened to me multiple times already. It's like every 6 months I lose my voice for a day and then recover in 2 more days. It's totally fine. And we could quickly just get over it. There's more chests, but I could also do more strongholds. Let's do more strongholds. When do we get the new character? With a season 12 or 13? Not before. So with the expansion, you only get new classes with expansions. You don't get new classes just like that. Blizzard does not like us enough to just give us a new class, right? Ooh. It's so weird that the Opticite Goblin can come before Torment, and then he doesn't drop Opticite. Do you know what the new class will be? No, no one knows. No one knows, sadly. People are still hoping for Paladin. I don't think it's going to be Paladin. If it was Paladin, they would have already teasered some stuff. What I'm more concerned about is how late they're starting the marketing. Right? Because the marketing for the first expansion started extremely early. Now, either they learned from that, or we're getting the expansion later than expected. Ryan? That's my one concern I'm having right now. In terms of expansion timing. Because it was slated for Season 12. But it could also be Season 14. And that would be quite late. Right? We'll see. March or June. I mean, those are the obvious conclusions, Timbo. Because March or June are going to be Season 12 and 13. One of the ones should be it. Unless they're pushing it even further back. And that would be quite something. If they did that. Leveling is so convenient. How can you see your character behind enemies with a solid red color? I mean, it's not like I'm not a thick boy. And my solid red color is very solid red. Can you not see your character? If they release it later with a solid system, I'm fine with that. The problem is with Diablo's expansions, as with expansion 1, that they're probably going to be changing a lot of systems again with that. And unless that one hits the broad public, I don't think more testing is helping, right? I mean, look at how the Spiritborn got released with how many bugs, despite extensive testing and everything. Now, obviously, some people are going to say that's intended, Spiritborn should be OP. But to this day, a year later, we're still balancing Spiritborn, right? So you could say intended, but it's more like not so skilled. Skill issue. I don't know what to say. And that's most certainly going to happen with a new character as well. Will probably be broken and a lot of things will not work. And then rebalance and rebalance and rebalance and rebalance. I mean, more closed open door test phase. I mean, it's obvious that we are not going to get to test the expansion before. However, Vessel of Hatred had a long review phase. Vessel of Hatred also had a closed door tests and everything. We know of one potential closed door test of the new expansion that happened this summer, right? This summer, Blizzard invited a lot of creators to their campus. And obviously, they most likely saw the new expansion, right? I mean, you're not inviting 30 creators to just be like, oh, hi, 30 creators. Here's the Blizzard office. Congratulations. Now go home again, right? So yeah, I assume a lot of creators, or those creators, saw it already. I'm not sure if there's going to be another closed door testing. We'll see. Is PoE2 getting boring or what? It's 7 weeks into the season, sir. I mean, if you're still playing 7 weeks into the season, you either did not play a lot yet, or you're just really a super enthusiast, and that's fine. But yeah, it's 7 weeks into this season. Like, that's dead territory. I mean, Diablo 4 is now heading for its 5th week, and it's also going to be dead. Next week is the PTR, and after the PTR, it's officially dead. Because then most creators, after the PTR, just completely stop playing. Because they already enjoyed the PTR, and there's nothing more to do, right? The season is over. The PTR is only a week, 21st to 28th. Yes, Katie. So yeah, we get that PTR, and then, I mean, as long as people then still wish to continue playing, right? I've been trying to find a Necro build. Which one? I mean, we have Reap Necro, Soul Shred, and also the Bone Spirit Necro, where Soul Shred is super easy to make when you hit Torment 1. The Reap Necro is insane for leveling, and then also insane later when you have the right pieces for Torment 4. So that's like, those are all possible builds, and then Bone Spirit is pretty much the pinnacle of just farming later on. Choose your poison, good sir. They had to sign an NDA. I mean, they obviously had to sign an NDA. So yes, they're obviously a creator that have seen the new expansion and they're obviously under NDA. However, we at least know that there has been a closed door test with creators, or we assume there has been a test with creators, right? Just like they did last year for Vessel of Hatred. And that's a good thing. I'm always happy when they do this. Obviously, not all creator input is good. What I can tell you is, do you remember how world bosses are currently having this resilience buff, chat? Do you remember that? So the resilience buff world bosses have, they were actually planning to put on pit bosses. They were planning to put that on every single Dark Citadel boss. Because they didn't want people to just blast bosses anymore. You know? But the creators pushed back on that heavily. Would you go if you had a chance? I was last year at Blizzard HQ. And did some things there. Like go to the cafeteria and drink coffee. It was good coffee. What is resilient? Resilience is this thingy that makes bosses take less damage. Where if you do a 10 million hit, you afterwards only do 100,000 hit and so on. Or if you do a billion hit, your next hit is only 10 million. Resilience is the thing that nerfs your damage so you're not blasting bosses into smithereens. That's what resilience did. Oh, actually, I need to go for this. What will be the best builds in Season 11? Everything that was good in Season 9. Because Season 9 didn't have powers or chaotic armor that was making things stronger. So everything Season 9 will be good in Season 11. The builds that were good in Season 10, some of them, but less. And we will get a few new builds. Not many. A few new ones and a few old ones returning. Do you think D4 is going downhill with these seasons? Luke, Season 10 has probably been one of the most popular seasons since Diablo 4 got released. And that's not an opinion, that's, yes, a fact at this point. For Season 11, I can't speak. I still assume that this Season 11 changes are meant to prepare for the expansion. Because they're pushing Diablo in a certain direction. To, like, give us a new era of Diablo 4. So no, I don't think Diablo 4 is going down. I mean, inevitably, every game is going down, right? Every game is losing players. Every game is slowly diminishing. But that is just the nature of things, right? No game will be there forever. Apart from RuneScape. But no, I mean, Diablo is definitely its most popular. It has been quite a while. The public interest also has been rather big on YouTube, right? So generally speaking, people have been looking for videos, people have been looking for content, people have been excited and looking forward, even weeks into this season. So that's definitely something I can tell you. Like, for example, if you want to compare it to Path of Exile, people lost quicker interest in the Path of Exile season than they lost into the Diablo season. But that might simply be the nature of Path of Exile, that people don't level as many characters as they do in Diablo. Because current Diablo leveling really has people mostly be 3 to 4 character players and not just one character. Where they're then also looking for multiple builds. Whereas in Path of Exile, you still have people that just make one character, maximum 2 characters. And that is a big difference. Honest, you all get destroyed so much. 152 more damage. Jesus Christ, what is my item power doing? Chat, what's my item power doing on my bludgeoning weapon right now? When you return to PoE 2, I mean, with 04 100%, I might play the new Path of Exile 1 season if I have nothing better to do on the 30th. I mean, we literally have the Diablo 4 PTR going until the 28th, and the new Diablo 1, the new Path of Exile 1 season is coming on the 30th, so might do that. I might like more play it than actually release videos on it, right? I have to see about that. And I'm definitely not excited when I think about playing Path of Exile 1. It's more like, nah. Might just play it due to public pressure, you know? Why are they removing extra skill points from Renown and removing Renown entirely? Because the new system is going to make the game better. I mean, the skill points are not gone. We still have the Renown skill points. We just have to re-earn them differently. I mean, main reason they do is to slow down leveling. However, the idea is to make leveling more meaningful and give you more of a journey feeling. I mean, the journey feeling is definitely like no matter if the leveling will be slowed down, the actual feeling of a journey will definitely be increased. Right? So that's set in stone because you're now like seasonal rank 1, seasonal rank 2, seasonal rank 3. Oh, more skill points. Oh, I gotta do the capstone dungeon. Oh, I gotta do this and that. So the actual feeling of progress of going alongside like something is definitely going to be bigger with the new changes. So that's that. If that's going to be more fun, I don't know, right? I don't know if that is actually going to lead to more fun. It's just, you know, the way how things are going to be going. So yeah, that only the PTR can show. And we'll definitely start as a Necro, right? And we'll level the Necro with a new up-and-coming season. Because I think Necro might be one of the stronger classes again. However, I assume Druid is going to be king. I definitely want to do a Lightning Bolt Druid because they have been buffing Bad Omen and they have been buffing Druid per se. So I might be turning into a Druid main slowly, Cham. But I also want to do that triple Necromancer build. Ruthless Lords, please give it to me. Will the Necro Bone Splinter build still work next season? Yes, it will, but it won't overpower anymore. Well, not true. There will still be some overpowers, but not as many as. So you're going to be a full crit focus build instead. So yes, it will work, but weaker. I mean, everything will be weaker. We will not reach the levels of powers we did this season. I mean, the levels of power are absolutely ridiculous that we reached this season. So there's no way we again reach these levels of power. And Druid alone get the 800% damage bonus from the overabundance, and Brawn over Brains with that 125% and all the other stuff, and you know, permanently overpower critical whatever. Like, seriously. I like Frozen Orb Sword. Yeah, we made one, Katie, in case you missed it. Obviously we cannot simulate the new items on the sword damage-wise, but it's feeling good. But yeah, Necro Bone Splinter will work. Necro Full Sorceress will work. Necro Triple Golem should work. I say should because you never know. All remaining ether on experience. Whoa, all the experience chat. Easy level 54. Let's do virus. How are you doing? I'm very great, Snake and Bake. Hope you're doing very good too. Mini golems look like they will be fun. We made the golem build, chat, and it works. I mean, for the people that just joined earlier this stream, we made the triple golem build as much as you can make the triple golem build already, right? Okay, game's crashing. Give me a second until the game is not crashing anymore. And it works. But we're doing less damage than we would with triple golems, obviously. However, we found a way how to really reduce our cooldown. And that's amazing. Because we really get super fast cooldown reductions going. Here, just for a quick showdown on the golem. So you're using your Bone Storm around the golem and around yourself so that we're permanently buried. Okay. Which is great. So permanent barrier. Then you're going to walk into Reap to pull things together, and then you spam your golem while pretty much holding down your Reap button. Because that's going to be it. Your Reap is going to be easy cooldown reduction, and you can actually, even against one opponent, spam away your golem. And it's going to lead to an interesting gameplay loop. I mean, right now with one golem, we can already do billions of damage, and that's without chaos powers, right? So this is pretty much like the... as much as we can simulate the new master working, right? Because we don't have our gear master worked and all that kind of stuff properly. But even against one opponent, you can actually spam the golem. And if we now had 3 golems, obviously the damage would be vastly higher. And it works, like especially cooldown reduction wise, which is the most important part. That you can spam away and really have like golem, 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 golem. So that all works, and that makes me happy. And it especially works in the overworld, which is more important. So Helltides, Infernal Hordes, all that kind of stuff, Nightmare Dungeons, you're still getting the meaningful cooldown reduction with the Reaves. And you're still one-hitting everything, but it leads to you really being able to, regardless of being in like the pit or in the Infernal Hordes or in Helltides, you can actually play. Do this build right now. This build is not good for what it does right now in the current season. I mean, for the current season, it's too weak in comparison. However, with Chaos Armor, you can actually make it strong. So this is not using Chaos Armor, right? We're only using normal uniques. With Chaos Armor, you could actually boost the viability of this even further, which is kind of funny. We'll probably slap in a random Even Piercer. Get your damage up. Even though that also gives us less damage now. Holy, I didn't even think about it. Because Even Piercer had 15 ranks of Reapers pursued, but you can't actually do that anymore. Dude, the damage nerfing is going to be real. Is there any specific gear you need for this? Well, in the next season, you'll need the new Golem unique, which is a mace. We're also playing the Litless Wall because the Litless Wall gives you 100% more critical strike damage if you have the Bone Storms. And since all your golems are going to have a Bone Storm around you, you are always guaranteed the 100% critical strike damage. While every Bone Storm around everyone is going to give you continuous barrier. So you have 3 tiny golems with Bone Storms around them that are going to barrier you up consistently, and that's actually really nifty. So yeah, this is how the golem build plays. But again, it's a simulation for next season. And it might be one of these strong minion builds out there. I mean, it's definitely going to be fun, so I don't actually care about the strength levels sometimes. Sometimes you just want to have the fun, right? Sometimes you just want to feel like an archetype actually works. So that's gonna be good. I sick gaming, we're back to normal tomorrow, no worries. Gonna be having to indulge into the tea a little bit today, even more. I have the past day. Yeah, this is just to give you a feeling for this. I can also kill like bosses, so it's not worse against bosses. That's why we're playing to the boss quickly, so I can show you how it actually works against that. Why are we reaping the whole time? That's for cooldown reduction, right? So your reap is pretty much your cooldown reduction tool of jumping into the opponent's throats and hitting them. So even if you're a singular opponent like this one, right? You just go in with your golem, you spam it, and you just reduce the cooldown because of the reap spam. Very useful. Is Dust Devil Barb good compared to other builds? Yes and no. I mean, it is a nice little auto farmer. So Dust Devil Barb, you can pretty much put that into the Helltide and go AFK and you're good to go. Season 10 is already over. Well, that's because it is. I mean, we're going to test the PTR, and after the PTR, like, you're not going to feel like playing the old season again, right? So here, this is now boss fight scenarios. So we're going to put down our Bone Prison for more damage. We're going to put down our Blight for more damage. And as you can see, I actually have the Golem cooldown always up, right? So I use the column cooldown, and really a second later I have it again, I have it again, I have it again, I have it again, I have it again. I can like use and use it. And that's like the most important part, that you can actually get the cooldown and then like dot. Magic Robe, thank you for the 73 centuries of support. Magic Robe appreciation. Also Devil, thank you for the resub. I missed that. And Anti-Santa, thank you for the 3 months of support. Why do they make it like 2 months if we're already done EZO? Because you are not everyone. There are people that haven't even started this season. There are people who are still in the middle of their seasonal playthrough. And these seasons have to be made, right? The seasons have to be developed. The seasons have to be broken out. So why don't they just make more? Because they can't. They can't make more. They would make more if they could, probably, to farm even more money. What do you do with non-seasonal characters' items? I delete them. I delete them ASAP. Yeah, see, creators say Season 10 is done and you're still not done. Exactly. Season 10 is only done for the people that play a lot of Diablo 4. Why can't there be updates during this season? They actually did that back in the days, noticed that they can't sustainably keep this up and then stop doing it. That's why we can't have updates during the season. We used to have mid-season updates that were nerfs, buffs. People were unhappy because their builds did get ruined. There used to be some return of old things, but again, it took development effort. That development effort is better spent somewhere else. And they suspended these mid-season updates. So it's not like that we haven't had all these things before. It just turned out that they are not feasible, viable, useful for how the game is running. I mean, we used to have mid-season updates that buff and nerf things, right? And suddenly people had their number one OP build nerfed to the ground, and they were like, what the fuck is this shit, Blizzard? I just spent like 30 hours making this build, and you just nerfed it. So yeah, that was obviously not so good. What was the worst season in your opinion? Season 2 was amazing for the powers, but the Abattoir of Zur was horrible. Because, like, the Abattoir of Zur could only be played by certain classes really well. Necromancer, for example, always was bad. Season 3 was great for the vaults. The robot was cool. But the actual Malphus thingy was terrible because you had to farm Malphus to hope to get one of the unique thingies, or your build would never reach maximum power, and that was terrible. Season 4 was bad because it didn't actually have a season theme, right? It was just loot reward. That was bullshit. Season 5 was Infernal Hordes, which was insane, so that was good. Season 6 was the expansion, so that was that, but funny story, after people were done with the campaign and leveled their character, it was really quick over. So, apart from Season 6 actually bringing changes, this season was extremely short. Kind of funny. Season 7 was... See, I can't even remember Season 7. I don't know what Season 7 was. Season 1 was awful. Well, that was still release cycle. Yep, see, I can absolutely not remember what Season 7 was. Season 7 was the Witches, really? What was Season 8 then? Season 9 was Roderick Powers. Season 10 was Chaos. Was Season 7 the Witches? Really? But what was Season 8 then? Well, short-term memory failing me. Oh, that was Belial. Oh. Belial was cool. See, I don't think there was an inherent super shitty season yet. I mean, everyone obviously has their preferences. Everyone does like or dislike seasons. But I actually like Diablo as a game, as what Diablo does, right? I like Diablo for Diablo. I don't like it because I make content for it or whatsoever, but I actually like Diablo. And that leads to me, like, I haven't had a season where I'm, like, deeply disappointed, like, for life. We get a new world boss. Yes, you get a new world boss, and you can summon the world boss too, to just fight him in between. Ah, the Realm Walkers in 6. Wow, they were so trash. I don't even want to talk about them. But, like, they didn't ruin the season, right? The season was still good. But yeah, the Realm Walkers were something. True. I mean, at least we had the other seasonal changes, so that was good. But yeah, I haven't been deeply unhappy with Diablo. I'm honest with you. I've been having so far 2 years of fun. And I'm looking forward to year 3. Quite some. I'm also not tired of making Diablo content. I mean, if you look at, like, creators that started with the game and creators that are still there, We have definitely lost quite some along the road that get fed up with the game, or that just didn't have fun anymore, or they burned out because they simply played too much of a game that doesn't give you enough to play. Fine. I'm still having fun, still enjoying myself, still looking forward to doing more content for the game. So by no means am I distraught, but I'm also not overplaying. Like, you gotta again treat me as someone who loves these games, but I play them for what they are, right? And I think a lot of creators and also casual gamers miss that mark, right? I don't treat Diablo as a game it isn't. I don't treat it as a game that will fill a void in my heart that's there, right? I know how many gaming hours I can get out of a season without getting frustrated, without feeling like I'm forcing myself to play, without getting to the point where I'm like, oh my god, this is so bad, I want to kill myself. No, I just play them enough, but not too much, right? Until they're no fun no more, and then I move on to a different game. As everyone should. But a lot of people miss that jump. I did take little breaks though, as it is healthy, my friend. I mean, playing games non-stop is just not healthy. Playing games non-stop is abusive relationship. You know? People play Call of Duty for 40 years and not a single other game, and then you catch them on Twitter saying, gaming has become quite stale lately, and you're like, oh yeah, what? You know, the only stale thing here is your shitty opinion. Goddamn 20-year Call of Duty player, or Battlefield, or whatever franchise you play for the last 20 years, and then you complain that gaming isn't hot anymore, because you did this to yourself, right? No one else did this to you, you did this to yourself. I wish I could stop playing WoW. At this point, you invested too much time. You cannot stop, sir. I'm quite... on the one hand, I'm quite happy I stopped playing WoW after Classic. On the other hand, like, obviously, there was a lot of content I did not get to enjoy, which is fine with me, though. I don't regret stopping WoW early in my life cycle. It would have definitely ruined my studies. I am certain about that. Your husband is playing for 24 years, but he's also playing other games, which makes him a fantastic gamer. Season 11 already out. Season 11 is going to have the PTR in 4 days, including today, so 21st, Tuesday. That's when we get the PTR. It's going to run for a week, and traditionally a month after the PTR we get the new season. So currently early November would be the new season, right? Early November, most likely. And I like that. Early November. Did I say early November? Early December. Sorry, early December. Yeah, December 9th. That's what we're aiming for, which is good. Like, it just makes me a bit worried about December content-wise, what we're gonna do there. I mean, we got Path of Exile, but that's Path of Exile 1, so I rather don't want to do this. And I don't know what other game is coming out in November. Does anyone know of a good November release now, ladies and gentlemen? Does anyone know any good November release? Because obviously Diablo in November is not an option. I mean, we might make a Souls-like month. Chad? So my plans are currently, unless something releases actually, to have a Souls-like month. Where we do a lot of Souls-like games again. Like another Elden Ring playthrough, you know, some Lords of the Fallen 2, some No Rest for the Wicked. Maybe some Lies of Pi even. So, like, you know, a good old revisiting of all the shenanigans of just having like a grand old goddamn fucking time. Go back to your Hearthstone Roads. No, sir. Absolutely no interest in that. Hades 2. I liked Hades. Hades 2 is not a bad game, but I'm not sure how much I feel like playing it as of now. I was hoping this year that we would actually get, what is it called again? We would get Slay the Spire, but that's sadly moved to 2026. To play some Grim Dawn, no, absolutely no interest in that. Game is outdated, old, and looks shitty. I know people like Grim Dawn, but for me personally, as someone who has never played it, zero interest. Game just looks old and whack. Okay, that thing is weird, so let's just move away. If you haven't played it, isn't it worth a shot? No, it looks old. You know, I like games also for their looks, not only for their gameplay. And if a game doesn't look the part, I'm not interested. So for me, Grim Dawn just looks absolutely outdated, and I just can't play it for that. Simple. Also, we're not going to play GTA on this channel, Denmark. I've never been a GTA fan, and I'm not, like, it might be the game of the decade, right? But I have no interest at all. GTA gameplay is just not for me. We might do a Lords of the Fallen 2 Platinum run if we really want to. It could be something interesting. No worries, we'll find stuff to play, so that's not the thing. I haven't revisited No Rest for the Wicked since they did their big Breach update. The problem is, as soon as you're done with the Breach update, you're again waiting for the next expansion, so it's kind of like, eh. I mean, we did finish Titan Quest 2 again. In case you missed it, guys, we had another Titan Quest 2, we had another Titan Quest 2 stream with Act 2. It was really fun. In case you haven't seen Act 2 yet. Definitely recommend.
It is done.
One-handed weapons. Show me the money. Still don't have the shout skill. Why did Pony change his voice? I want it to be more attractive to your mom. See, Rabbit. I'm working on the elderly woman angle. You know? I'm a cougar hunter. This is an as good explanation as any. Not sure if that helps. I mean, like, you gotta try, sir, right? So yeah, I don't know if November's having new game releases. I know there is Vampire Bloodlines coming towards the end of the month, but I only heard negative things about it. But like, even the people that are excited for Vampire Bloodlines don't seem to be excited for it. Because they actually screwed it up. We might still give it a try. Where Winds Meet? Where Winds Meet could turn out interesting, Luke. I think Where Winds Meet is on the... how do I say this now? It's either going to be a complete disappointment, right? Or it's going to be quite some fun to play. There's no in the middle. It's one of these Asian games that is very ambitious. That might play like absolute AI slop, or that will just really play very good. I've seen some interesting clips about it that make it somewhat intriguing, but I've also seen some rather like boring things. I'm not entirely sure how the viewer experience is. What I do believe is, since it is a new game, that it offers a lot of potential for making guides. So that's where I'm actually intrigued in where wins meet. I might have to try to get review access to the game. That would be fantastic. I mean, like, if you remember correctly, I used to think the same about Once Human. So Once Human was one of these games where I'm like, maybe it's gonna be good. And it turned out in 2023 to be my most viewed game on my channel. Right? I think it was 2023, right? Or was it 2024? Doesn't matter which year it was, but it was the most viewed game on my channel. Over Diablo, over PoE, over everything. It was the game everyone wanted to see me create more content for. So those were interesting times. The same could be with Where It Meets, who knows? I play Once Human on and off. I wish I could play Once Human more and put more time into it, but it's sadly not at the stage where that is a thing. When a game booms, you stream it? No, not really. Because Once Human didn't boom. That's the thing. Right? So if you actually look at Once Human, like, no big creator was playing it. No big YouTubers were covering it. Once Human was absolutely not booming. We just made it boom in our niche. Right, the game flew under the radar. None of the usual big, like, guide makers and so on covered the game. And we just liked it. We just played it. There's a new lunar version, yeah, but still, there's, like, you know, at this point, Once Human has no more interest, there's, like, very selected few still playing and enjoying it. I think it's mostly in the Asian room when it comes down to Once Human right now. So the West has moved away from the game, sadly. Mostly. It's always sad when that happens. The Palworld collab, isn't that out already? Or is it only in the beta testing phase? I thought the Palworld collaboration was already running. Or was I mistaken? I think it's already out, just FYI. But it might be like early access test servers instead of like all the servers. October 30th? Oh. Is this PTR? No, PTR's on Tuesday. We are simulating some PTR builds today. Or we have simulated some PTR builds, and now it's Barbarian leveling time. So far, conclusion is PTR leveling definitely slower. But we're gonna get a really interesting Necromancer build. that I'm quite excited for. Definitely have to share our planner with like season 10 possibility to actually play things. Only 3 more days. I mean, should probably just take a vacation for 3 days. And then come back and play more. But I still wanted to get this Barbarian pushed forward. And see how the auto-shouting works, right? I mean, Bard definitely this season, not like pinnacle, but maybe the auto-shouting is cool. You never know. I want to see how that does. Are you doing a funny voice or is your audio broken? Maybe it's both. Maybe it's both. Hey, your voice is too low. Rabbit, I'm literally ill. I have a hoarse throat. This is not a voice changer or a filter or anything. I don't know where this assumption really comes from. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to exist. Not sure why I wouldn't need a voice filter. There have actually been YouTube comments like, I had to turn off the video because of your new voice filter. And I'm like, sir, are you stupid? What am I supposed to do? Not talk? Literally, like, right? Like, oh, I couldn't watch your video because of your new voice filter. I prefer your old voice. And you're like, okay, thank you. Appreciate it, I guess. That's really nice. I'm just gonna jump from a bridge if that's okay. Oh, we should get a new tea, though. That's important. I have to request one from the waifu again. Yeah, just put me down, Snake and Bake. It's time. Old man has done his job. Okay, I'm gonna run upstairs quickly and get the wife the team, and she'll give me more team. It's toilet break time, chat. Now, chop chop, double time. In 2 minutes, we reconvene. 1 minute. Hi, I'm back. Oh, Rabbit, there's tons of people who thought it's a voice changer. Don't you worry, you're not the only one. There was an unhealthy amount that made me already question what creators are doing nowadays. Right? It's like, what are creators doing that people, instead of assuming someone is ill, assume voice changers. I blame pirate software, chat. That everyone thinks it's a voice changer. Okay, we got the legendary power, ladies and gentlemen. So I can now get automatic shouts. Instead of having to trigger them. Now I would only need the aspect that allows me to have more shouts as well, consistently. Which we sadly don't have. Should still gargle warm salt. I'll gargle your bathwater, Jason Williams. Thank you very much. Let's get to level 58 now. Experience. Didn't expect that, huh? Well, yeah, always expect the unexpected. Okay, so now we're continuously having our shouts go off. We don't have to care about that anymore. Now we only need the aspect that gives us dust devils when we shout. And that would give us continuous dust devils. It helped to repair your throat. Oh, it's good. That's why I drink honey tea, my friend. Honey tea for the peptine. Very good. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna take all our earned tier reputation and we'll hope that the goddamn bartering will give us the aspect that we're looking for, because that should help us to level 20 times as fast. But we're obviously not looking for these things now at this level because that would be a mistake. We're gonna wait until we're level 16 because then we get 750 item power items. It's gonna be good. You know, if you send season reward chests to a low, you got case items at 800. Yes, you can do that, Jason. However, we are not boosting our characters with stuff from other characters, right? So it's only what they earn, apart from the Moni and Tag rune. I mean, when I play Barbarian, I always have a stack of Moni and Tag runes with me. Otherwise, Barbarian is just not fun to play. Right? But Bard gets fun to play as soon as you have the Moni Tag rune. It's actually sad. Because Bard leveling is cool. If you have this rune combo, which is a normal magic rune combo. But before you have the rune combo, Bard leveling is just awful. So high recommendation to not play Barb as your first character ever. Always play it as your second or third character. As soon as you get the combo, it's just good. I got good mine shots. Dankeschön. Okay, I got teed up, ladies and gentlemen. I'm using Raven's build in the fireballs. The fireballs are love. It's her. Absolute love. I regret not leveling with the fireballs. I think that would have been more fun than lightning leveling. That would have been cool. But I noticed the greatness to Lane. Give me the XP. Do it. Do it. Another weapon. That is still not the aspect. Oh, Quarun. That's still not the aspect we're looking for. Potion. I forget to use potions consistently, brother.
It is done.
Two-handed weapons. Give it to me. Two-handed sword. Earthquakes. Actually, that one is really good. Like, your earthquakes deal increased damage.
Use it well.
We finally did in. Our earthquakes deal increased damage. Is Masterworking and Tempering going to be a patch? It's Season 11. Masterworking and Tempering is Season 11. Without Season 11, there are no Masterworking and Tempering changes, so you won't get them before Season 11. Okay. And with that 100% damage increase on the earthquakes, we're gonna be good. More XP, more XP. Glad that rework is good, my luck is trash. I mean, I like the tempering and masterworking rework. However, it is going to make us weaker. Because we get more average damage on the weapons, right? Which is intriguing. That being said, though, you are also losing a lot of potential damage from the masterworking and cooldown reduction and everything. So I'm really not sure how that will actually play out in overall player power. Because we could only finish a lot of builds in high finisher style this season due to chaotic powers. And if we now don't have chaotic perks and the actual power level of our character is going down as well due to masterworking, I'm not sure. I mean, that being said, like we're getting a 4th affix on gear by general. So that's also something to consider while leveling, right? So if legendary items now by nature have 4 affixes again, and as soon as you get a legendary item with 4 affixes, you're going to be stronger than before because you got a 4th affix, which is actually quite useful. But how much is that really going to be good in comparison to having like then the masterwork later on? So maybe some more mid-game power, but less end-game power. Like, yeah. How will that play out? How long is the PTR life? For a week, and we get the PTR boost character. However, I will level first, right? So we are like step number 1 will definitely be leveling because I need to see the capstone dungeons, and then we're really going to test like the later stuff. But it's first going to be leveling there. By the way, I got 3 obol backs, Chan. I found 3 curious merles while leveling. That's actually illegal. Capstone dungeons are back, yes, and they're getting bosses from the Dark Citadel. When you gamble a little bit, gambling before Torment 1 is a waste of resources. No gambling before Torment 1. Unless you suck. Then you can gamble before Torment 1. I am worried about build diversity without case armor. Well, it's back to Season 9 build diversity, which is low. Yes, build diversity is 100% going down. We are back to like then two builds being the absolute dominating builds with a lot of like B, C, D tier builds. Just like it has always been. Which is sad in my eyes, yes, definitely. I preferred this version as well, like this build variety. Hopes and dreams that it would stay this way, right? We fools. Do you have any tips for stash management? Only keep greater affix items. Everything that does not have a greater affix just gets dumped. Unless it's a build defining unique that also works as a 750 item. But I literally only keep greater affix items. I don't have anything else in my stash. Because they are the key pieces that you need. Nothing else is meaningful helping your character in the end. I hate builds that need specific armor, but that's what the specific armor is there for, sir. You play a build until you arrive at the point where you need the specific armor, and then you swap to the build that needs the specific armor. So let's show you why we have uniques. Build defining uniques. Gem fragments, please. Thank you very much. That was a lot of earthquake damage, dude. Absolutely demolished. Might be one of my favorite world events because it's just so easy to do. Right, you just kill the dudes and then you kill that guy and then boom. Easy armor. No, Luke, there's nothing wrong with disliking a certain something. If you don't like build defining uniques, that is just what you do. However, that's pretty much how build making works in the end game. Using build defining uniques to then make something special. To transform your abilities. Now the one thing I don't like about my auto shouts is that I don't have anything anymore to click. You know, like, I like my auto shouts because, well, auto shouts isn't that cool. But on the other hand, it's like, well, auto shouts, what am I gonna do now? When is it my time to finally cast an ability? I think the Diablo community is nice to new players. It might depends where you're going. I mean, if you go on Reddit, you'll always be ridiculed. If you go on Discord, more likely. I've never felt us being overly disencouraging to new players in our community. Obviously, new players ask very simplistic questions because they are new. Right? They don't know basic things, which is always sometimes hard to understand. Like, how do you not know this? Oh, because you're new. Well, no surprise that you don't know this. But you also very quickly notice who's actually new, because when you make a build guide and people ask like very, very simple questions, right? That a bit of game experience actually solve, then you already know that's a new person. He's new. Pardon him. Is this the season 11 PTR? No, sir. We are making builds as if we were on the season 11 PTR for our Necromancer. And we made an amazing Golem Necro that we'll actually have to cover in a video because I can't wait. Wow, that's 4 Chaos Rifts. Why are there 4 Chaos Rifts here? I'm like, seriously. That's a lawn. Let's see what we have. We got more cinders. I prefer if you were more bonus XP, my friend. Where are you running? Why are you running? I mean, seriously. He was just sending it. Oh wow, these pools just destroy me. That's crazy. Ooh, corpse. The whisper done, as we're here already. Then clear the other thing out. What do you think is the best build in the game besides Druid right now? I mean, Spiritborn. But you'll need a lot of stuff to make Spiritborn good, so... It might be good, but it's really harsh to pull through. So make out of that what you want. Right, something can be good, but at the same time extremely painful to make work. So yay on strength, nay on gameplay experience. Goodness, these are red balls again. They hate me. Seems they finally listened to the player base about masterworking. I mean, they wanted to rework the system for quite a while already. You might not be aware of this because, well, creator Discord, but that the masterwork system was getting reworked was already in the stars for a long while. However, we never knew what they're exactly going to do. I don't think they had to do this much. So what I personally dislike is that they like they could have done less to lower the RNG without reworking the whole system, right? So we could have kept the 25% bonuses, but just let us reset in steps, for example, and some other stuff. So I'm not like, you know, you didn't have to do all of this just to balance it out. You could have done less to balance it out, pretty much. That being said, maybe it plays good, right? Maybe it plays really good. And we're just simply, we haven't played it yet. And they're just laughing because they know how good it is. And we're gonna be like, "Whoa, Blizzard, you absolutely killed it." So that's for us to now figure out with the PTR and then yell at them. Because yelling gotta be done, Chan. If we don't like the PTR, oh boy, the feedback gotta be feedbacking, right? The leveling is too slow, the leveling is too clunky, the new system is shit. Blizzard, please return to sender, whatever. What's the strongest minion build this season? Reap minions. If you want to dominate, you do the Reap skeletons. Mages are not bad, but mages don't do overpower crits the whole time. You can still get the mages strong, don't get me wrong. But the Reap minions are just more powerful. It's sad though that we're gonna lose a whole playstyle again with the going away of chaotic perks, right? So the chaos perks are going away and the Reap minions instantly don't exist anymore. At least we got one season to enjoy that, right? Of really cool archetype gameplay. And then they actually decide to bring back the Melted Heart of Selig as a potential amulet for a mana shield. Right, in case you missed that. Instead of like bringing any of the other cool shit back. God damn it, Blizzard. We're trying to decompose Necro build. No, sir. Decompose is a horrible, unfun skill to use. For me personally. My Necromancer basic skills are all trash. Apart from Reap, which can be used for cooldown reduction purposes, and that's about it. You know, after I get my voice back tomorrow, I'm just gonna put a voice changer on that exactly puts me at this point, just to mess with people. That's the secret plan. That's what you get for doubting me. Have you been on the PTR? The PTR is not out yet, brother. We're still waiting for it. Tuesday. Rage of Harrogath. Well, I'm not planning to play it, but I have it. So Tuesday's PTR, I will be there right on release. We'll be banging, we'll be jamming. I'll be having slept before. I'll probably play all night long to test the leveling all the way from 1 to 60, because we obviously need to get all the way from 1 to 60. I'm gonna tell my family to not count with me. Daddy Hoff is busy. He needs to play computer games for a living. And we're going to try out a bunch of new interesting builds and have a good old grand old time. And after those 7 days of PTR, I'm finally free, Chad. I'm finally free after those 7 days of PTR, or however many days of PTR we're actually going to play. Because PTR usually for me is like a 2-3 day affair to test the new changes. Then I'm satisfied, right? And then we're moving over to different games. And see what the gaming world has to offer in my absence of ARPG gaming, right? I'm actually excited to once in a while play something that's not an ARPG, right? As much as we enjoy ARPGs, Chad, you need a break from them every now and then. So I'm happy the PTR is this early, content-wise. But also when I'm done with the PTR, we're gonna be playing some other games. And it's gonna be glorious. Okay, almost 60, ladies and gentlemen. Not long. Finish this dungeon gives me like a nightmare dungeon finishing reward because it was a whisper dungeon. Should have me almost there. And we have enough reputation to instantly jump to the spark almost. Get myself another myth egg. I think there's one in the wall. There is an opponent in the wall. He got teleported out. I'm lucky. Because yes, opponents can actually land up in the wall, chat, in this season. I don't know how Blizzard screwed that one up, but it does happen occasionally, and it's really frustrating. You then gotta like just run away from that person and hope that he gets teleported out of the wall. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we made it. We are Torment 1 now. Good. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get our aspect now. Oh, you know what? I think I could just jump into Torment 1 without doing anything. So let's not do a single thing. Let's not try to change a single something. I mean, apart from getting more armor, obviously, because otherwise I'm an idiot. And at 750 weapons. But then we just jump right into the Torment 1. Okay, we're gonna teleport here. What's your overall favorite game? Dota Auto Chess. If I could go back and play nothing else but Dota Auto Chess for the rest of my life, I would be a very happy person. Okay? Sounds a bit crazy, but I really like Dota Auto Chess. It's always been an absolute brilliant game. Defensive aspect cache. Just gives you the armor you need, right? 850, 750 I mean. And 750. I'm gonna restock for free, and I'm gonna get myself not a sword. I need a ring, an amulet, boss summoning mounts, movement aspect cache for my boots, but I wanted a mace here. I still don't have what I want, right? Which makes me very sad. Oh, salvage cache is needed. Scolding. World boss in about 6 minutes. Yeah, I need to be Torment 1 for the world boss or bust, sir. Moni tag. So without putting on any more aspects, we're just gonna do the 25 Paragon points. We're just jumping in at tier 65. Tier 10, Torment 1, let's go. Your voice get deep. It's all the training nerve. Yeah, that's what I assumed. You would enter Torment 1 and you would be like right away strong enough to just do it. This Diablo, Mr. Basher. This is Diablo. The Diablo 4. With a big patch around the corner. I will change everything, which sounds like such a cliche thing to say, but what if it does, Chan? What if it does change everything? Right? Okay, let's just finish this here quick. To open something. A patch for season 10? No. Season 11s are... I think season 10 is supposedly getting a patch. I think there were supposed to be some patch notes posted yesterday, but they didn't get posted yesterday. Correct me if I'm wrong. I saw something in the creator Discord. I mean, obviously, like any patch to the current season is just going to be an absolute minuscule one that doesn't do a lot. But there was, I saw something in the creator Discord. Let me double check if it was actually posted. Because it got like posted and then the post got removed. So yeah, no. That information seems to be wholly gone. Maybe when Blizzard wakes up today we get more info. However, it's an American company and it's Saturday, so don't actually expect any more info on that one. Okay, how do I get my aspect? Probably by gambling weapons, right? I mean, I need an offensive aspect that gives me Dust Devils on shouting, right? I need the aspect of Fierce Winds. So I'm probably just going to gamble one-handed weapons. Until I have that. We made it. We are the chosen one. Woohoo. Okay, aspect of Fierce Winds is needed. How do I get that now? We go into Torment 1. And then we'll just gamble away swords. Look at me just getting like Shard of Arathiel as a basic weapon and the Saber of Sagal. You know? Shard can actually not be played, the Saber could be played. So let's see what aspects we're getting. And we need Fierce. Nope. One single greater affix weapon at least. That has a terrible greater affix, but hey, it's a 750 weapon, so we'll take it. Dire Whirlwind, Limitless Rage. So nothing meaningful was gained, Chan. Kobolds. Okay, the amount of like swords I've gotten here is illegal. Like that, I just keep getting shards of Rathiel, right? Still nothing. Still nothing, John. Absolutely nothing. I could play the devilish aspect as least, but I don't really. devilish. Like this. No, how do you write devilish? Devilish here. And we also have the Dust Devil aspect if I wanted to, right? But nothing really that works unless we get Fierce Winds. I could go for Earthquakes at least. So we get Volcatis for the bonus damage we're getting. We get the aspect of Earthquakes for that. Right? We could get probably up Incendiary Fissures for the time being. Well, boss still, we're probably going to be missing out on that. Just go for other stuff. This is the worst part of this season, right? When you're arrived at the point where you like just one away from getting something cool. What am I gonna get? A Beast Corner probably, right? Gonna have to try to stay alive somehow. Wait, as a barb, you get Mother's Embrace too? Really? That's so useless. I wasn't aware. Okay, let's see if we can survive with a Beast Cornered. If that works. Or if we just die right away. Well, I can pretty much just like one hit everything, so we should be fine, I assume. Let's see where that goes. And my shouts are continuously healing me, right? For just existing. What are we trying to do? We're trying to play that Dust Devil autocaster. But for that, we need the aspect of the Fierce Winds. We're just being so YOLO about our equipment here. Just running around with nothing. This would never happen in hardcore, by the way. Right? And hardcore would be try-harding a bit more. What happened to your voice? I scratch your throat, sir. Just done. Dunzo. Come on, gimme. Oh, I forgot. We're also looking for the, what's it called again? We're also looking for the recipes here. Ryan? La Tempa recipes, Chan. Oh, I almost forgot. Like Reap Necro or Bone Splinters. Well, Reap Necro is way easier to make, and as you then make Reap Necro, you also are gathering equipment pieces for the Bone Splinters already. The Reap Necro is definitely more fun from a mechanical standpoint, while the Bone Splinters are just better for farming purposes. Both are great builds, however. I would not say that any one of them is a bad build. They're both really, really fun to play. Thank you very much. Oh, I didn't have... Do I have 750 gloves? I have. Get out of here. Quick. I hope this season 11 Golem juice is good. We already tried Golem in season 10. And it already works in season 10. So yes, the season 11 Golem juice should be good. Considering that it already works. Right? Still no fears win for Mr. Bunnyhoff. We can do the first Paragon board. Consecutive attacking with the same weapon increases your damage. Yes, sir. That's what I'm doing. I'm consecutive going to be attacking with the same weapon over and over and over and over again. Something like that. Okay. We're not spending all the Paragon points right away because that would make our character too strong. However, I don't think anyone is actually playing Barb as their first character, so I guess it would be fine. I mean, seriously, who played Barb as their first character this season and was like, oh, I'm probably going to turn out strong, right? I think anyone that played Barb, they knew what they were signing up for. It's going to be so-and-so. And usually you can really see before the season even starts how things will pan out, right? That's what we have the test server for. If you ignored the warnings. Hey, Bob, great again. I mean, Barb has one fun build with the auto shout, so that's kind of cute, right? But obviously there's something systematic in the background, not really feeling very good when Barb is, for a couple of seasons now, exactly at the spot it is right now. Always ending up weird. Almost like ARPG developers just hate melee. They just do, Chan. It's out, it's confirmed. They don't like the melee players. They want to see them suffer. They're strong in PvP though. Yeah, but you could also say they're strong in taking out the trash then. Or anything equally useless, because at this point, no one plays PvP. I mean, people might stumble up in PvP occasionally. No one really plays it. Not really an argument for measurement. I mean, Barbs are definitely an argument why PvP is imbalanced, because Barbs have, like, their shouts now permanently unstoppable, so anything that would be like stun-wise working in any good PvP game does also not work in Diablo. That's generally why I feel like, Diablo PvP is just sad, because either you have unstoppable or you're dead, and if your unstoppable skill is inferior to the other person's unstoppable skill, you're dead. In most of the cases. So that's ban. I guess we're gonna have to go gambling until we get it. Oh, that was good. Give me my aspect now. Come, John. Okay, we get the restock. Bullcaddith. That's a better Bullcaddith. We'll take it. Take the armament cache as well. Devilish. We have a better Devilish one already. Wind Slasher. I don't need that one. I'm going to buy it regardless. Grasping Whirlwind. We have that one now. Boss Summoning Cache. Thank you. Apogeic Fuhrer. Well, you know what is the better weapon than I have? Ta-da. Not the salvage aspect again. Savage, like, not the Whirlwind aspect again. So, you know, sometimes you wonder if these can actually be in here. Okay, I'm sad. Test will charge, no. No. There was a new aspect it would show, by the way, just in case you wonder why we're not checking every item. Wind Slasher, no again, double slash. Conceded. Cap of Might, no. Devilish Amulet, worse than what I have. Bullcaddith, but we just get a better Bullcaddith. Does Devil Ring, we have that. But it's better. Fire Whirlwind. Oh, seems like we're not getting the shout, ladies and gentlemen. That's really sad. Still fishing for the aspect. Yep, sir. Still fishing for the aspect. It really be that bad. So, we did not get it, John. We did not get the aspect that we wanted. And that was a lot of things.
Glad that's done.
Ja. Okay. Ist der Laubsauger denn aufgeladen? Das Problem ist, dass die Batterien mitten in der... Ja. Which aspect do you need? We were looking for the aspect of Fierce Winds. I wonder though. I wonder though if we can make it without. You know? I mean, I'm kind of sad, but I kind of want to, like, save. Oh, that's basic. See if we can redo it. Also, without. I mean, no one says it's impossible. Right? Should be a thing. Need the skill effect duration. One NATO, one pure whirlwind. Yeah, but I want to have automatic whirlwind dust devil fun shooting out. It's not about what's strong at this point. I just want to have fun, you know? I'm not playing Barb to have a strong build, because then I would play anything but Barb. I mean, seriously, I would. Right? Yeah, playing Barb is just literally like, you know, that. One to three, one to three, one to three, one to three, one to three. Oh yeah. Good. So we get that going on. Our shouts are shouting. Now, how well will that work? Mm-hmm. Oh, we need to change the aspect. Oops. Okay, we get earthquakes. We have vehement brawler. We got the devilish aspect. Okay. We need grasping whirlwind to pull things together. Did I not have grasping? Did I not disenchant it? I thought I did. I did, see? Then we had Dust Devil. And we had, that should be enough. When's PTR starting? On Tuesday. Tuesday very soon. Let's see. Someone working. But obviously we're missing the Dust Devils from the shouts now. Wonder if for this build is also better to spam it again, or if you just hold it down. Right? That's what always comes down with these kind of builds. What do you do? Do you just hold the button? Or do you let it go? We need a rune combo to trigger our earthquakes too. Yeah, standard evening, like 7 p.m. European evening, the PTR is gonna start, and then we're gonna level like crazy. A full evening of leveling. Okay, so it works, but it's like way weaker than it would be if we had the other aspect already. No, the only thing stressing me out is playing like with this few HP, but with this few HP while not even being like lifed out. Now when you play the like bury it out. When you play the Spiritborn, at least he just continuously buries himself out, right? So with the Spiritborn, you might be at low HP values, but you're at least with the barrier running. Or if you're playing the rogue, right, you also have the barrier running. So it's kind of like stressful. So far, the basic skill version was stronger, interestingly enough. That's probably because we're missing the actual aspect for this, right? Season 11 is already out. Tuesday, the PTR drops, my friend. Today, we made an amazing golem build. Basics are also just strong. Yeah, basics are just beautiful. No matter what they say. I mean, it's still very fun, but like it just feels so lacking without the aspect of the fierce winds, right? So you pretty much feel like you have half the build. So yeah, sure I can do this, but sure I'm also missing the aspect of the fierce wind now. Which is really sad because it's not like we haven't just tried to get it together as much as possible. Okay, here, Dust Devil damage increase, ladies and gentlemen. Twister aspect is out. So we get our Barbarian 260, ladies and gentlemen. That was a step number 1 today, or step number 2 today. We made this very fun Necromancer. It's just amazing to play. Okay, what I'm asking myself is, would Chaos Powers actually make this stronger? I'd have to play a Beast Corner. I don't want to. Kind of funny because like the actual summons wouldn't get stronger, right? The Golem does not profit from this. The Golem does not profit from this. I'd imagine having a good build with a good Golem that just goes around and kills everything. Wonder if I could get the Ya rune involved. No, there's something very satisfying about using the Golem's ability and just hear him go whoa, whoa. Oh, that sound of him like doing his explosion. Very satisfying. Bit is this one, Tucktonug. This is the Golem Necro that we'll play in Season 11. So this is not a Season 10 build. I mean, you can make it in Season 10, obviously. However, it is, in comparison to the current Season 10 builds, on the weaker side, because it just doesn't use chaotic powers. Like, I don't use a single chaotic power. Oh, that was an interesting portal. And actual chaotic powers would also not make this stronger. It's kind of like the thing. This would not get better with chaos powers because I mean, I could get more overpower damage. but I can't guarantee the golem to be overpowered, right? What's the easiest build to start this season? Pulverized Druid or Reap Necromancer. Because you can actually start your Necromancer with minions, and then you get this power here, Grim Reapers, and together with this basic skill, and you have Grim Reapers who are just automatically doing overpowered critical strikes left, right, and center. The biggest problem with this build is that in season 11, it will have 3 tiny golems instead of 1 golem, right? And that obviously is going to be a huge load of the strength of the build. And like right now I cannot simulate having 3 tiny golems, right? Surprisingly or unsurprisingly, I can't do that. I cannot just pull golems out of my butthole. It is very satisfying to play because you're reducing your cooldowns with your Reap consistently, right? While your Golem just gets pretty much instant cooldown reduced, even in situations like this where you're one-hitting everyone. And we can pretty much just go around and just spam our Golem ability, pull things together, right? It's very efficient. Like, usually in, like, the biggest problem with this build has always been just making the Golem feel consistent, that you have enough of the cooldown going on to really, like, use it and use it and use it and use it. But by adding Reap and you just like going around and reaping things, you actually added a consistency that wasn't there before. And then with the triple golems, you're going to add also an area damage that wasn't there before. Plus, obviously, general damage values that we've probably never seen from Golem. You know what's also causing a lot of cooldown reduction? I think all the bone storms on the map. I didn't actually think about it, but all the actual bone storms that we're getting on the map are probably helping too, right? Because as long as one bone storm exists, more bone storms will exist, and as long as bone storms are out there, we'll always have like bonus bone storms going on, and that will always have us be buried out. Oh god, my wife is making noise. See, right now I'm pretty much not dying because of the permanent armor that we're getting, right? And the permanent barrier and everything. Like we're just there. Hi Damien, good to see you there, partner. I think this should turn out plenty nice. Let's see Colossal Fiends. We'll pretty much still have to tweak and twerk with this build. I can't wait to try this out on the test server because this is the single-handed interesting build that I have, right? This is the reason why I want to play Season 11, because I finally get to have 3 tiny golems, right? Who does not want to have that, Chan? Who does not want to have 3 tiny golems going on? Okay, we could actually kill that boss quite easy. I like that. Just imagine, Chad, three tiny golems going around. What I still wonder is if I can use my ability 3 times, right? So we have this golem explosion ability, right? But if I have 3 golems, can I then use it like 3 times in a row, like bob bob bob? Or is it going to be like still a one-time use and then all 3 golems are exploding? That's what I would like to know. You didn't click case options? No, cat. I'm not interested in the case option. But we're just testing things right now. We're not trying to efficiently farm. Oh, I would expect them all to also just jump right away.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Oh, what do I have here? One-handed things I don't need. Great to know. You all expect them to jump at the same time. I fully agree. Still wondering if I could reduce my cooldowns different. But I'm quite happy. I could technically use Army of the Dead over Bone Storm. That would then have you use the Unyielding Commander, right? But Unyielding Commander only lasts for 7 seconds. And it doesn't give you any survival, whereas the wall gives you survival. I just like that this gives you cooldown reduction too. So the cooldown reduction from the Littlest Wall is very helpful for the Golem, right? So that's a nice thing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as we have figured out the Golem build, I think we're gonna sit down and concoct some fancy video about Season 11 now. And I think we're amazingly done today. So thank you very much for coming and watching. This was great. Thank you for all the questions. If I'm using a voice changer or not, it is just being hoarse. I'll be back tomorrow for more, either with Diablo 4 or some other game. I haven't decided yet. I mean, we still have to push the Barbarian technically to Torment Endgame and make like the auto shouts work. We'll see. So thank you very much for watching, lurking, chatting, hanging out, and I'll hopefully see you all tomorrow again. Take care.